बोल रहा था अभी।
यार कौन है ये बोलना तुम?
Yeah, request everybody to be on mute. We might start in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah. Nuvepro team, we can start now. Good afternoon, everyone. A lot of people who are completely new to this masterclass that we have. A lot of people from the last events have registered for the event. I welcome you all over here in this afternoon. This is the first day of the 3-day hands-on cybersecurity boot camp or masterclass that if you'd want to call it, on pen testing and ethical hacking. This is the first day of the series, and we have 2 more days to follow up, which is on the 15th and the 22nd. You will get the separate invites for that as well. But before we move on to the agenda of the event, I'd like to mention that this is a completely hands-on workshop, and for each of the 3 days, our participants would be. I'd request all the participants if we can mute for a bit, and then we'll move to the questions if somebody has any. And please use the chat window on your left-hand side.
Shivpriya,
you're on mute.
Shivpriya, you're on mute.
Oh, okay. I think the mute all option has started. All right, I'll restart again. Good afternoon to all of you. A lot of people from the last events have come up over here and registered again for our cybersecurity bootcamp. Many of them are completely new, so I welcome you all over here. As you all are aware that this is the first day of the 3-day hands-on cybersecurity bootcamp or masterclass, if you would want to call it, on pen testing and ethical hacking. This is the first of the series, and we have followed up on it on the 15th and the 22nd. You will get separate invites for it as well. But before we move on to the agenda, I would definitely like to mention that that this is a completely hands-on workshop, and for each of the 3 days, our participants would be giving and would be learning on the exercises and the assessments, and at the end of the third day, you'll be able to submit the outputs, basis which we would be deciding on the rewards and the winners for the bootcamp and the masterclass. We'll also be rewarding all the people and all the participants with the certificates for the participation that you can kind of use for the future requests. At the end of the third day, the results would be announced probably in a day or two after that, and we'll be expecting the participants to share the output. These workshops are curated in, I would say, such a way that our participants are equipped with the hands-on skills and practical skills in information gathering and cybersecurity skills and scanning techniques, which are essential for any cybersecurity roles that we'd like to believe. We'll also move towards the agenda of the event, but moving forward, we have other workshops also that are planned. Our workshops will expand to cover more specialized cybersecurity topics, which will have the objective to create a series of workshops that will delve deeper into the scenarios for whether it is web applications, testing, SOC, malware, threat detection, cybersecurity for CI/CD, and many more. So this is the plan that we have at Nuvepro going forward. Considering that Nuvepro talks about and envisions the empowerment into project readiness and workforce readiness, we want to enable the practical skills for everyone. And this is the start of the cybersecurity workshop on this first day. Before we move on to the agenda, I would like to have a quick welcome to all the Nuvepro guests that we have as well. I'd like to quickly introduce you all to our CEO. I'm not sure if he's available over here. Girdhar, are you here? Do you want to say a quick hello?
Yeah, hi, I'm here.
Yes, so Girdhar LV is our co-founder and CEO. He carries 30 years of experience into everything that he does. He has been previously associated with Mindtree for 14 years, and at Nuvepro, his go-to mission is to kind of empower the organization and enterprises into workforce readiness. Then we have Rishi Ravi here. I'd like to mention that Rishi's experiential learning team has crafted and curated this first workshop for us. Um, Rishi Ravi has 18 years of experience. He heads the experiential learning team with us, and has his experience revolves around solution architecture, automation, DevOps, and QA. Rishi, do you want to say a quick hello?
Hi everyone, good afternoon.
All right. Thank you, Rishi. I would like to quickly take you to Arun Reddy, who is the Chief Operating Officer at Nuvepro Technologies. He has an experience of around 20 years and is at the forefront of operational management for sales and business here at Nuvepro and even at the past. Arun, over to you.
Thank you everyone. Yeah, it's a wonderful afternoon. I think it will be very nice to learn something, do something hands-on. Thank you everyone for taking time and coming for this one. I think we are almost reaching about 250 people on board. So I'm sure that this will be a wonderful workshop. We at Nuvepro are quite happy to host this hands-on cybersecurity workshop in order to showcase our capability at the same time, give a first-hand hands-on experience to uh, learners as well as professionals to get cybersecurity knowledge. So that is where our main focus is on. Before we get started, we could have a quick review of what exactly Nuvepro's offerings are and how exactly we are helping organizations build the talented workforce. Our main agenda is revolving around getting project-ready workforce. And right now in this workshop, we are focusing on project-ready workforce for cyber security skills. So typically we have service organizations or workforces really struggling with the changes in the technologies. And if at all the technology changes, obviously there is greater demand for hands-on experience, and obviously limited hands-on experience would always result in having lesser knowledge or needing for some kind of hands-on experience. And another important aspect is today's professionals would require a diverse set of skills, whether it is on cloud or AI or data science or DevOps. So you can't have just one set of skills and say, yes, you are ready to take up any kind of projects. Building sandboxes is once again a real challenge, especially when it comes to cybersecurity. We need to have a secure, secluded environment which would not disturb your existing corporate network. At the same time, build vulnerabilities and scenarios and incidents in such a way that learners would get a real life kind of experience. You might have already gone through multiple client interviews before getting placed onto projects. And it so happens that the client interviews, you don't really find yourself to be in a better position to address client interviews, because this new project will have new set of scenarios which you might have not gone through it before. So we enable the learners to really get ace the client interviews by giving them enough hands-on experience. And obviously, availability of real life or real world scenarios is very important. If you take OWSP top 10 every year, it keeps changing, and which means that there is a rapid change in the way the entire cybersecurity scenario is looked into. And it is very important to get your hands dirty on such scenarios and be ready for any kind of real life challenges. Obviously, how exactly we do go about learning any kind of skill. There are two phases of learning the skill. One is in the prepare stage, where you should have work-like environments that would give you a good first-hand experience for learning anything in the form of sandboxes or terminals. Second, very important aspect of it is these work-like scenarios should really have the typical scenarios and case studies which are induced. It is not about just having a sandbox. It has to have the necessary artifacts and data sets so that you could mimic the real-world scenario. And obviously, this would eventually become some kind of a real-life implementation, which you would get hands-on. The second phase is about measuring. The same scenario, if at all, you would be put into a situation wherein you are supposed to solve for it in a minimal timely manner. For example, if you are working on any kind of cybersecurity incidents, you're supposed to defend and explore, identify as well as defend a particular attack or particular vulnerability and fix it in the timely manner. So such kind of challenges, such kind of assessments are also provided. It can be in the form of short exercises, or it could be a scenario-based assessment, or it could be a large capstone where you might implement something whenever substantial. And all such assessments are auto-evaluated on a platform, so which gives you immediate feedback and also an opportunity to improve if at all you're lacking. And obviously, the entire journey of learning as well as providing the assessments would go as actually a system of record in your HR or learning systems. And it will be available for the leaders to evaluate whether the learner has successfully gained this knowledge or not. And what really makes our platform very unique is about the various phases of the software development life cycle. Typically, what we have is whenever you are given a scenario or a situation, it could be very basic, where you have to probably build something, create a particular port or block a particular port, or perform a small activity, perform a patch, which could be more seen as a build stage, because these are very basic routine activities which you could do it in any kind of a machine, any kind of system. But what about a situation wherein there is already a real life implementation which is already up and running, and you're supposed to go fix something? Unwanted ports are open, you can block it. Unwanted, some vulnerability is there, you have to actually identify it and patch it. Such kind of enhancements is also very important. But last not the least, there's a lot of transformation which is happening, where you might re-platform your security posture from one setup to another setup. You might be transitioning from, say, for example, on-prem to cloud, or you might be transitioning from one cloud provider to another cloud provider, or one incident management and detection system to another. So such kind of scenarios can also be mimicked on a platform, so that the learners would get an end-to-end 360-degree view of the various types of learnings and get hands-on on it. Where exactly our solutions sit in your existing organizations? Your existing organizations would have multiple training methodologies, multiple training content. We would in fact leverage the same content and provide them with real-life scenarios, guided steps, or sandboxes, and also provide mentoring, which means that we will complement an existing setup rather than replacing the existing setup, so that we could use the same learning methods, but only add the hands-on part of it, so to make the learning effective. And at the same time, we also provide the capability of measuring the skill in the form of assessments or challenges, so that the learners can successfully showcase their skill and confirm that they have acquired the skills also. And in a nutshell, this is how your organizations will get benefited. If it is a new manager or a hiring manager or a delivery lead or a practice head, they would outline a set of goals related to, say, cybersecurity or any kind of relevant skills. The platform from Nuvepro has the capability to provide hands-on labs. It can also provide some guided steps, which means that any kind of scenario or case study which is actually solved for, and step-by-step instructions are provided, so that the learner can look into such instructions as well as steps and mimic them in the sandboxes provided, so that they could successfully learn it hands-on. And the similar kind of scenarios without the detailed step-by-step instruction, once it is provided, the learner would be provided with a set of objectives which they have to meet, and eventually they will be able to take up these assessments. So the entire journey is called as a skill bundle. Obviously, if the learner, I mean, organizations already have some kind of interventions which is there, we could provide them in a standalone manner also. And the entire journey of taking up hands-on labs, guided projects, as well as subjective assessment can be provided what we call as the proof of skills, because you would have spent a substantial amount of time in learning, substantial amount of time in setting up few things, as well as taking up the assessments. So assessment results will also be there. So we call it as a proof of skills. All right, these are some high-level hands-on lab screenshots where the content would be leveraged from the existing content provider in your organizations, or we can curate the content based upon the requirement. Next comes the guided real-world problems, where step-by-step instructions of solving a scenario or a case study will be provided along with the sandbox, so the learners can mimic that solution by looking into the solution provided by in the platform. And same goes for an assessment without the solution, the scenario, along with only the objectives. So you will get a chance to solve for it as well as meet the objectives. And both the guided lab as well as assessment will be part of the workshop. So you will get an in-depth hands-on knowledge today. So these are the technologies which are in focus right now from Nuvepro, and obviously we are double clicking on cybersecurity today. But just a quick sales pitch, whether it is on the sandboxes, guided labs, or assessment, we provide them on AWS, Azure, and GCP subscriptions. We have a bigger implementation of AI and ML, whether it is on GenAI or providing various type of data sets, or have supervised or unsupervised kind of machine learning environments. We do have. We have also have a bigger focus on data and analytics, whether it is big data or creating data lakes or data pipelines, and also make available a large set of data sets which the learners could get the first-hand hands-on experience. Moving on, let's talk about some important key cybersecurity roles. See, cybersecurity roles in the organization, these are not, you don't recruit them as ad hoc. You recruit them for the right cybersecurity posture which you have in the organization. And organizations continue to invest in such roles, especially when it comes to service organizations which work on active cybersecurity projects, would require multiple roles within cybersecurity, which they have to hire in large numbers. If you look at few of the role specific, you would see some roles as cybersecurity analyst, you would see role as penetration tester, or you would see role as a SOC analyst or SIEM analyst. We would also see some kind of trainings out there in the market, whether it is from Pentest Academy or certified ethical hacker and other things. But if you want to do the correlation of what exactly would be the role they would be getting in the, so you don't see any kind of a role or any kind of hiring which saying that, oh, we are looking for a certified ethical hacker. We are not. So they would probably be a cybersecurity analyst. So we are specifically focusing on the job roles and providing them with you the insights regarding that kind of an activity, and get you hands-on experience on such activities. So that is where the main aim is. So if you see the cybersecurity analyst, they would specifically monitor and protect organization IT infrastructure and networks and data from cyber threats. If you see the kind of proficiency in terms of tools, I know these are tools, few tools which I have taken is on the open source part of it, but obviously there are multiple proprietary tools which you could get hands-on. The main reason of getting, it is not really about tool, it's also about the scenario and how do you go about working on the scenario. The tool becomes secondary because the concept of getting actual first-hand experience is important, and eventually you'll figure out which is the tool which you'll use and manage it. And obviously, what are the challenges faced by the cybersecurity analyst? Obviously, there is a huge amount of data which is there, which they have to process, and it also involves keeping a good knowledge on multiple threats which are out there out there, and at the same time, how do we maintain compliances on multiple policies and regulations is also important. I think what exactly you would learn is on the understanding of network security, You will also understand more on the practical experience part of it by getting hands-on projects, and the same time threat detection and incident response also you would learn about it. So another important role is penetration tester. In fact, you will get a first-hand experience on this. This is once again, there are two parts to it. One is our ability to perform the penetration testing. Second is you need to also have a good developer knowledge in order to understand understand the technical landscape which has been provided to you. And here, once again, you need to understand various attack and defense methods. At the same time, you should have some good vulnerability assessment and exploitation skills also. Last but not the least is the SOC or SIEM analysis. These are security operations centers, where a large setup where multiple source of information of the organization purely from the security perspective is monitored. So you would have multiple alerts, triaging mechanisms, as well as incident response mechanisms also put together. So you would have a large implementation of SIM tools. I'm taking a few examples, but there is also a large process which will be in terms of how do you detect a threat and how do you remediate a particular threat in the form of an incident. Why it is very important? Because there will be 10 to 15 various streams of data which will be coming in. How do you process them? Because there'll be this high volume of alerts. How do you identify the alerts? How do you probably filter out the false alarms and actually take necessary actions on the right set of alerts which needs the right remediation in a short period of time. And yes, what exactly is required is, incident response or incident management becomes very important. At the same time, your skills related to detection, analysis, and response will also become very important. Yeah, so on a very high level, these are the three roles which we would want to focus on. Obviously, while getting hands-on, you would touch upon quite a few roles. And yeah, I think this will be a very good experience. Please be patient. Please go with whatever our workshop subject matter expert is focusing on. I know that this is the complex setup. Any small changes here and there, probably it will be a bit detrimental in terms of whether you will be able to continue the workshop or not, because for some reason the lab environments go bad. Probably it will be difficult to troubleshoot. So please go with whatever the trainer is teaching you to, and then it will be easy for you to follow on. With that, thank you for your time to hearing me out, and we would be interested to know more about your cybersecurity posture and how are you managing your skills, as well as getting the project readiness in place. We would be happy to chat offline or set up some calls after this workshop to more about it. Yeah, you can reach me at arun@nuvepro.com. Thank you very much. Over to you, Shivpriya.
Thank you, Arun. Yes, like Arun rightfully mentioned, that you can reach out to us if you like this particular workshop and if you're looking for something like this for your own team in your enterprise. We'll put down our email in the chat over here, and you can definitely reach out to us and we can have a specialized demo on all the capabilities for cybersecurity for your team. Thank you. With that, without wasting any more further time, I'd also, yes, one of my colleague has also put out a poll for you all to take through in the chat. Please take the poll. The results are important for us to analyze how important and crucial hands-on learning is for project readiness in the IT escape. Without wasting any more further time, I'd like to introduce you all to our trainer, Vaishnav CV. He's the ethical hacker, he's the WAP expert, he is a mentor, and is also cybersecurity expert. And he would be taking you all through the training today and for the next two classes ahead. Over to you, Vaishnav. I'd like you, if you can introduce yourself again. Would also be great if you start your video. and I'll take your leave.
Okay, I hope that I'm audible to all. Thank you, Shivpriya, and thank you, Arun, for the introduction. Myself audible, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So, okay, as Shivpriya has given me an introduction, it was a good, and myself, Vaishnav CV.
You're muted.
Vaishnav, I think you went on
Vaishnav, you're
mute.
on mute.
Okay, is it audible?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. So I was saying like my experience and all. Once again, I'll start from the beginning. My name is Vaishnav CV. I started my cybersecurity career as a cybersecurity consultant. Ongoing, I understand that if I'm having an hands-on experience, I can move into how to like an advanced level in cybersecurity. So I started as an ethical hacker from the scratch. Then I move on to VAPT, and right now I'm in a position called as principal cybersecurity, where I develop cyber range. As Arun mentioned, we are having in Nuvepro, we are having like a sandbox available. So I'm a cyber range developer in Nuvepro, that I will be developing the what we can say sandboxes, where any learners or any mentor or a trainer can give hands-on experience on any classification in cybersecurity, whether it is red team, blue team, or purple team. Okay, and we are having an highly secure environmental where we'll be able to what we can say we'll be able to practice all those things. Okay, so without further delay, I'll be start to share my screen, and we can start doing the engagements. Okay. So I will start sharing my screen.
Vaishnav, do
Yeah.
you want me to put down the ID and the password over here in the chat?
Yeah, you can do that. You can do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I request all the participants to check the chat. I've shared the password and the login ID. Please make sure for the login ID you're using the same email ID with which you've registered for the event on Nuvepro's website. That would be crucial.
I request everybody to click on course of Offensive Cybersecurity Bootcamp, that link. That will take you to Vaishnav, you can just sign off so that everybody can see that page, the starting page.
Yeah, Arun, 1 second. So as Arun mentioned, this is the landing page. Okay. I hope Shivpri has been shared the password, and the credential will be your mail ID. So you can use your mail ID and the password which has been shared by
Passwords.
Shivpriya. Yeah. So you can copy that and again start login from the screen. So once you log in, there will be one enrolled course
You're not
over
a
here,
member of SATA.
which will be Offensive Security Bootcamp. Okay. So you can
Uh,
select Offensive Security Bootcamp from here.
I'll request the participants to use the chat if there are any difficulties in using this. Yes, Vasudevan Ramesh, are you saying something?
Yeah, I have not got the password and it says you cannot access the chat.
Are you not able to access the chat?
Yes, it says you cannot send any message.
Okay, I think it is because of the some access policy for your organization that you're not able to use the chat.
Okay, so how do we get the
Please,
passwords and details?
So
please share
Vasudevan,
your email ID. What I would suggest is please share your email ID. We'll try to email you the ID password.
yeah. So it's hands-on dot
Okay,
hands-on.nuvepro.io. You can that is a
yeah, participants, if you can mute. Arun is sharing his, Vaishnav is sharing his screen, and the email ID and password is visible on the screen.
Vaishnav, you can also put in the Vaishnav, you can also share the URL so that people can be comfortable.
Okay. I hope the URL as well as the password is visible to everyone.
I'm not
Yes.
able to log into the portal actually.
So you have registered. Can you please use the chat if at all you have any queries?
Yes, if you're not able to register, please use the same email ID with which you've registered for the event. If you're still using it and you're not able to register, please put down your email ID in the chat. For all those who have been admitted and are able to access, please give us a thumbs up or let us know in the chat if you're able to access or not.
Yeah, I've seen Gagan has shared the email address. We'll be creating them.
Thanks, ID. I'm checking on it.
Okay. We are getting enough thumbs up, Arun. I think a lot of people are able to access. Some people who are not able to access have put their email IDs over here. So I request the support team to check through it. But before that, please use the email ID with which you've registered for the event. That is crucial.
So we have Prajwal, Aishwarya, Santosh. Few of them posted their email addresses. Support team, please help enrolling them quickly. So let's give a couple more minutes, at least to take care of people who are providing their email addresses. We'll quickly enroll them, and then we can get started.
Please note that if you are a new participant, it would take us time to enroll, a couple of minutes. So please hold on to that time. I believe that in a lot of organizations, the meeting invite and the invite for the masterclass was forwarded today and yesterday. So in that case, it will take a bit of time. But for everybody who has registered with the same email ID, I think you'll be able to access.
Yeah, while these logins are being created right now, Vaishnav, you can just go probably give some background. People would be able to follow through, and by that time they'll get access to that.
Okay. Okay. So today, as the first day of the workshop, what we are planning is we are starting from information gathering and reconnaissance. Okay, so we'll be starting with introduction to penetration testing. I will giving an overview what is pen testing and how crucial it is able to give what pen testing towards employees and understanding how we can do the penetration testing in all main. Okay, then we'll be moving into reconnaissance and footprinting. Then we'll be using all the skills and all the hands-on that we have been acquired from footprinting and reconnaissance. Okay, just one second. Okay, so we'll be using whatever that we have get from hands-on from reconnaissance and footprinting. We'll be trying to implement and we'll be able to do scanning and enumeration. In scanning and enumeration, me and my team has been crafted a lab where we'll be able to perform and identify vulnerabilities in an enterprise network. And we can consider, okay, it's just a scenario play. So we'll be trying to do that in information gathering session as well as in enumeration and scanning part. So the tools that we are trying to use in these sessions are we'll be discussing about that. So before that, I will be giving an idea to ethical hacking and penetration testing. So ethical hacking, the term itself contains two different how to like unjoined term. One is ethical and one is hacking. We all know when it comes to hacking, it is nothing but an unauthorized access towards a system or a network or a program, right? But we have ethical over here. Ethical means we are getting complete permission. Okay, we are getting complete permission to the asset. For example, just consider I'm joining in your company as an ethical hacker, right? And I can't able to scan any of your websites, the employer laptop. I will not be able to scan even the network. So what I have to do means I have to raise a ticket. I have to get a permission, right? We have to go through a chain of policies, right? After that, what I'll get, I will get in scope and out scope. I'll explain into that. In scope, there will be certain domains. For example, you can test this whitelisted domain, or you will be having a complete control over the particular server. Will be getting the IP address as well as the credential to access it and conduct the pen testing. So that is in scope. Out scope, the company may mention or the manager will say that do one thing, Vaishnav. Currently, we are having some production setup. Don't touch that. If a manager is saying that, which means that is out scope. So we are having in scope and out scope. So when you are doing ethical hacking, you will be having out scope as well as in scope. So based on that, you're having a complete permission. So ethical hacker is nothing but what? A person who has a proper permission as well as the talent, the skill, and the ability to understand the weakness in a system or in a program or in a network. So he is known as ethical hacker. So the action he is doing is ethical hacking. And coming into penetration testing. So penetration testing is a highly offensive word which is lies in red team. So let me remind you that cybersecurity has major three divisions, what I understand from my experience, which is blue team, purple team, and red team. So when I'm saying I'm an ethical hacker, which means I'm in a red team. One of my friend is working as a SOC analyst. He's in blue team. So what this means is if you are conducting hacking to ensure the security which is implemented by the company is secure, there is no any misconfiguration, there is no any outdated components, which is known as blue team. Sorry, which is known as red team, because you're doing all the testing part, all the assessment, you're doing all the offensive testing to identify the weakness. So red team. Then we are having blue team. In blue team, we are trying to implement the security measurement. We are trying to protect the infrastructure by implementing certain measurements like firewalls, SOC, and SIM. Okay. And then we are having purple team. Purple team is nothing but the management who will be trying to involve both red team and purple team in an engagement. Okay. So penetration testing, once again, I'm saying that's an action to identify what? Identify the vulnerability, understand whether it is being how to like a proper classified that is in high, low, or medium or critical. Based on that, we'll be trying to prepare a POC, a proof of concept, whether it is hackable or whether it has been exploitable or the current scenario that exploit or the weakness is a threat to the organization. So this is being assessed in a term called as penetration testing. So in penetration testing, it is a very, very important how to say like a task to identify the vulnerability. Once you identify the vulnerability, only you can do what? You can do a proper POC or you can do a proper classification. So before how to identify this? So before jumping into identification, you have to learn what is active and passive. You have to understand that active and passive. So in active and passive reconnaissance, we'll be trying to learn or we'll be trying to understand what is port scanning, vulnerability scanning, and asset identifying in DNS, I mean in IP address or a domain, whatever it is, and in network also. Then we'll be using some professional tools like Nessus Pro and other tools. I'm not listing everything over here, but in ongoing session, you will be able to understand that. We'll be using Nessus Pro like tools to identify the assets as well as misconfigurations in the web application. Okay, so these are the scanning and enumeration technique that we are trying to share from here. Then these are the popular tools that we will be using in this hands-on workshop. One is Nmap, Rescan, Nabu, Wireshark, Nessus Pro, and WAFO. So these are the tools that we'll be using over here. So I'll be directly going into our labs. So let me take my lab over here. So you can see I have done a successful login to our platform. I hope all of you have done it. Once you jump into the platform,
Just give them a pause. Let's see if everybody are able to get their logins so that they could start working on it. Support team, did we have all the people had posted their email IDs? Did we enroll them?
Yes, we are on
Yes,
it.
sir.
Yes,
Yes, sir. It is enrolled. Just 1 minute. They'll get an access.
So here are the credentials where the Madhusudan, I've just given you the credentials. You can just go see there. You will be able to find them It is same password for everyone because it's a quick program, and obviously in the screen also Vaishnav is sharing the credentials. I think the last person to post was Aradhya and Mutarasu. If they can confirm that they have got access, looks like we might have covered most of them, and then we could quickly go on to work on the hands-on part of it. So support team for Mutarasu and Aradhya, if you can confirm the onboarding for them, so we will start. And we have one for Yatish also.
Until the chat, Deepak in the chat is enrolled. We are enrolling rest of them.
Okay. So we have after Deepak, we have Joel, Aradhya, Mutarasu, as well as Yatish. If you can quickly do that, let's get started.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Team, we have a lot of things to cover today. One is you have to learn, second is you have to also do it hands-on, and there is also an assessment which you could go through, and there is gifts or prizes to be won also. So we have to cover all of them today. So let's quickly get it going.
Yes, like Arun mentioned, the support team would be taking care of the access for everyone, and meanwhile, Vaishnav can start on the rewards on the safer side to avoid any more further time and for delays. Let's do the rewards and the final outputs on the last day, but definitely the assessment needs to be completed today. Our lab would be the access would be shared till 8:30 p.m. For you all. In case if you need more time to finish it, you can do it later as well. Please use the chat for the password, and Vaishnav has already it on the screen as well for all those who have issues with respect to the chat. Yes, Vaishnav, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Shivpriya. So once again, I hope that you have been joined to the platform. Okay, we have logged into the platform. So once you log into the platform, you will be able to see the course, which is Offensive Security Bootcamp. You can select the Offensive Security Bootcamp option from here. You can click on the logo or the banner. Once you select that, you will be getting a redirection. So in this platform, you will be able to see several sections. Okay. So as this is the first day, we haven't enabled the other days over here. I will come to that. So when you're looking to over here, you'll be able to see the day one. Okay. So right now,
Share
or
your
in this
screen and
today,
explain.
we'll be trying to focus on day one. Okay. We'll be focusing on day one. In day one, we will be having reconnaissance and footprinting as an hands-on experience. We'll be trying to go through the tools, which I mentioned just before. And then we are having one more scenario-based. So we'll be having a scenario-based approach where we'll be trying to do what? Where we'll be trying to combine all the commands and the techniques that we learned for doing reconnaissance and footprinting in a scenario. Okay. So in day two, what we have planned is about system hacking. So in system hacking, we'll be trying to do exploiting vulnerabilities with meta exploit. This is actually a conventional way that a learner or a person who is jumping into cybersecurity trying to understand how to hack a system or how to exploit a vulnerability. Okay, then we'll be trying to understand what is exploit DB, working with the exploit database. Then we'll be trying to engage in system hacking. Okay, so in this area, what I am presenting over here is nothing but what? Creating an FUD. FUD means a fully undetectable payload. We all know that for securing a device, we are having AV, antiviruses, right? But here we have crafted a secure environmental where we will be able to practice and perform or create or craft a FUD, a fully undetectable payload that will be able to bypass Windows 11 or Windows 10 security measurement, and we'll be able to establish a communication to attacker machine. Then in day three, we'll be completely focusing on web application pen testing. In web application pen testing, we'll be starting from the legendary software, which is nothing but BuffSuit. All the industry standard web applications, whether it is Web3, everything is being tested under BuffSuit. Why? because it has all the tools, all the measurement where we will be able to perform and test directory enumeration, authentication bypass, file upload vulnerability, cross-site scripting, which is XSS, command injection, and SQL injection. I have only taken very few of them because I'm having a time constraint to take all other web application vulnerabilities in a single day. So I've been taken the most popular, okay, or mostly exploited by the advisory. Advisory is nothing but the hacker. Okay, so we'll be trying to do all those activities in day 3. We're having system hacking in day 2, and today, okay, today we'll be focusing on information gathering and scanning. So before jumping into the proper hands-on, I have prepared a detailed note for you. Everyone can take the note. You will be able to read it. Okay. So what you have to do means you have to select the first lab option over here, which is reconnaissance and footprinting. Okay. We can select the options reconnaissance and footprinting. I hope everyone are following my lead. Okay. So you can click on reconnaissance and footprinting. Once that has been selected, you will be redirecting to a new page where you'll be able to see the start time when the lab will be getting start. You'll be able to see the due time when the lab will be getting end. Okay. And we have also, as I mentioned, we have also drafted a wonderful note to get an understanding. For example, I know half of the participants, maybe 70% of the participants are non-cybersecurity people. If you would like to know more about what is information gathering, what or why organization required ethical hacker to conduct an information gathering or reconnaissance in their assets. So all those informations have been planned over here, but I'll be trying to give an overview what we have written or what we have crafted over here. So you can see that information gathering. I'm repeating this term again and again, right? So information gathering is nothing but an act where we are trying to collect information about the asset or the target, okay, target system, target network, or the program to understand do we have any information that can be leveraged by the advisory. For example, the information kind like a port scanning, it can be service enumeration, it can be OS detection. If we have a lack of firewall protected applications or WAF protected web applications, what will happen? The advisory, the attacker will be able to collect as much as information. So information gathering is nothing but what? Collecting data. Okay, collecting data is not a simple data, it is a useful data where we can investigate more on the asset and conduct penetration testing. Okay, conduct what? Penetration testings. So when it comes to information gathering, we are having different types of information gathering. We are having passive information and we are having active information gathering. So if you're asking me what is the difference over here? For example, if you are trying to search for a company, xyz.com, you're going to search for xyz.com and Google, and you will be getting lot more data. Okay, who is the CEO? Who is the current manager? What are the divisions? What are the services? You're collecting basic information which is available in the internet. You're passively, you're indirectly getting informations. You're not having any direct contact. You're gathering information from social media profiles, you're gathering information from their websites, or you're collecting who is details, the DNS records, A record, AA record, or MX record, those kinds of informations, which can be classified as passive information gathering. Then we are having active information gathering. Just consider you are using your complete cybersecurity capability, the tools and the measurement to do what? To collect an information which has been publicly available, and we are using additional tools. For example, I have highlighted a tool over here which is nothing but Nmap. So Nmap is a tool which is used for report generation. What kind of report generation? Network mapping. We'll be able to map the entire network and understand what are the service they are running, what are the ports are open, are they implementing any firewalls, do they have any misconfigurations on the services, are they using any outdated services. So all those informations are collected using Nmap. And when you are using Nmap, it is going to make a very aggressive noise in the network, which means it is creating a lot more packets sending from your machine to the particular target or to the DNS, and it is making a very what a direct contact is there. So such kinds of directly collecting informations are known as active information gathering. Okay, and when it comes to active information gathering, we use a specific term called as reconnaissance. Okay, so reconnaissance is nothing but a term which has been adopted from militants. Okay, so if you are just copying the term which is reconnaissance and opening a new tab and going for a Google search and just go to images, you will be able to see that we will be able to see so many military images. Why? Because this is a technique which is used by militants to observe and understand the enemy's capability. Unfortunately, we don't have any enemies over here, but we have a certain scopes, as I mentioned before, right? We are having the scopes, the given assets where we have the permission to collect the data, right? So in reconnaissance mode or recon mode, we'll be applying both active and passive, depending upon how sensitivity is the target or the particular scanning domain. So we are having levels of information gathering, and under that we are having passive and active information gathering. Inside that again we are having reconnaissance mode. So in reconnaissance mode, what we are having scannings. The one and only major activity, the the more priority activity will be scanning, because from scanning only we'll be receiving useful informations. We'll be using those useful informations to do enumeration. In enumeration only, we'll be able to identify a vulnerability or a outdated component or misconfiguration in a particular service. So there are three levels, which is scanning. We'll get some useful information. We will pass the useful information to enumeration level. Using those enumerated data, the listed data, will be trying to conduct exploitation or the PUC, which is required to point out this is a high level vulnerability or this is a critical, this is low, medium. Okay, so you can see we will be conducting scanning. In scanning also we have like a four different scanning methods or techniques are there. We'll be trying to scan port scanning. Why we are doing port scanning? In port scanning, we'll be trying to focus on enumerating ports. So from those ports, for example, if port number 22 is open, which means we are having a service like SSH. There is no any specific rule. Port number 22 is equal to SSH. No, I can run FTP. I can even run Apache web server in port number 22. We all are using default ports for certain services. So the adversary knows that, the attacker knows that if there is a server, definitely port 80, 443 and SSH will be enabled by default. So tools like Nmap, what they will do, they will try to scan for the ports, identify the service running in a ports, using those service names or version numbers or the banner grabbing, what we'll conduct, we'll be conducting vulnerability scanning as well as network scanning. Okay, so in this example, we'll be going with tools like Nmap, Nabu, and REST scans. Okay, so you can read other notes which is mentioned on the down part. Okay, so I'm directly jumping into our project. Okay, so here we have planned and guided project. Okay, where you will be able to take all the commands and you can directly get the documentation as well as from the platform itself, and you will be parallelly able to conduct that. So you can see in the top right corner we have an option called as start guided project. Okay, so you can start clicking on the green icon and you can start your project from there. So I'm going to start my guided project and you have to acknowledge by saying yes. Okay, so I'm going to say yes. So you'll be getting a redirection. You'll be landing into the main lab page. So here you'll be able to see so many elements. For example, you have an area where you will be able to perform all the hands-on experience. Okay, in the right hand side, you will be able to see the instructions, what I mentioned, like documentation. You'll be able to see that over here. Okay, so currently what I'll do, I can see from here that I'm having an option to scroll down. I can see the documentation part. But if you feel this is very congested, I'm not able to read it properly, no any problem. We have two arrows over here where we will be able to expand to right and expand to left. So I will expand to left and I'm able to view the document in a proper manner. Okay. Similarly, we can do this for the lab also. Okay. So please use it wisely and you will be able to read and use the lab in a full-fledged manner. So I'll be starting my lab from here. You can click the start lab option in the middle of the page, and within a moment, what will happen? The lab will be created for you. So I'm just waiting for the lab to be created. So while the lab is getting created, we can focus on the documentation part. So So in the documentation, you can see we have set a time of 90 minutes. Okay, whatever the action which I am going to perform next, which will be requiring in 90 minutes to do all the actions. We have certain target domains over here. Okay, so we have selected 3 different target domains. You can just freehand and go and take a visit onto the domains. Those domains are specifically built for testing purposes, which has pre-built vulnerabilities and security flows. So let me come back to the page, and you can also take the second vulnerable page. And by the way, this is a page which is designed by Akinetics company, where it is also a testing web page, which may has a similar look of an online shopping website, where we have a login page available. We can try authentication bypass over here. Okay, if how to select once you've done a login, you will be able to perform business logic attack over here. So there are multiple website publicly available where we will be able to freehand and go done the scanning part. Okay, so I have selected 3 different domains over here where we can scan them. Okay, we can analyze them, we can find the vulnerability, and we can conduct the POC, which is nothing but the exploitation part. Okay, so let us go back to the course. Within this time frame, the lab will be getting connected over here. Okay, so sometimes if you are not focusing on the lab, what will happen? It will go to a reconnect state. So you can use the reconnect button to connect back with the lab. So within a moment, you will be able to see a lab will be launched over here. So I'm just waiting for the lab to launch. Okay, so the lab has been launched. Okay, once the lab has been launched, you will be wondering how I will be able to perform all the action inside this tiny window. No any problem. We're having, for example, the first icon, the second icon, the third icon. Okay, just try to click on the third icon. What will happen means the entire lab will be going into a new tab. Okay, so I'm going to click on the third icon from first, second, third. Okay, third icon. Once I click on the icon, what will happen? The lab will be redirected to a new window or a new tab, and you will be able to see our lab in a full screen manner. Okay, what is your screen ratio? According to the screen ratio, you will be able to see the lab.
Vaishnav, you're on mute if you're talking.
Yeah.
Everybody should need to start the lab. It's taking a bit, I think we have many participants. Give it a minute or so for the lab to connect. But please go ahead and start the lab, everyone.
Okay, so it roughly take around like a 2.5 minutes to get the lab. So what we can do means we can start do the action. So everybody please be patient once we start the lab. Okay, you can open the lab in a new window and just give roughly around, as I mentioned, some time, be patient. The lab will be launched.
Vaishnav, just give them a couple of more minutes. So everybody's lab is launched. Hello, all participants. Please start giving a thumbs up as soon as you're able to connect to the lab. Vishnu, as soon as your lab loads, you can start off, I think. Waited for 5 minutes.
Okay. Okay, so the lab has got loaded, and I believe the screen is also visible to all, right? Okay, so we can start doing the hands-on labs by conducting the basic level of enumeration from our virtual box itself. So you can see that we are having virtual box icon in the desktop itself. So I recommend everyone to open that. And one instruction that I will be giving from VirtualBox side is please do not shut down any of the machine which is being attached over here in a sudden manner. Okay. So every VirtualBox should be going through a proper shutdown process. For example, if you are trying to turn on Kali Linux as a VirtualBox, go and click on the start icon. Done the start icon, right? So similar to shutdown also, go through the Kali's application menu and find the shutdown button. From there, you have to try to shut down that. Otherwise, what will happen means the virtual box will be getting corrupted and there will be some problems while starting the machine. Okay, so I'll show an example. For example, we are having Kali Linux over here, which is our attacker machine. Then we are having two different client machines. One is an Windows 10 and an Ubuntu made desktop is available. Then again, we are having a vulnerable Windows plus a reconnaissance lab is also available from here. So from all of the VMs we are having from here, we'll be trying to select the third one, which is Kali Linux. In this VM only we'll be trying to perform reconnaissance and enumeration. This would be our attacker VM. Select the VM, you can click on start and just wait for the lab to get launched. So while Kali is getting loaded, what I'll do means I will be just trying to explain the tool that will be performing here, which is nothing but Nmap. Okay, so we'll be trying to use Nmap over here. So Nmap is a tool which is used for network mapping purpose. It will not be by default available for all the operating system. Okay, so it's when it comes to Linux machine, it is a binary. We can use sudo apt for installing that. For example, we'll be performing this in Kali, but in the host machine, it is not being pre-configured. If anyone wondering how the tools are getting readied, I'll just show a demo. For example, like I'm going for sudo apt install nmap. So you can see from here, nmap has been installed. Already it is there in my machine because I have been pre-configured. If you're wondering how to do that by your own, that is a command. So I'm just performing the command called nmap, just a terminal command nmap, and you will be able to see the entire list of commands. By seeing this, I hope some of my friend will think that, oh God, cybersecurity is not going to work for me. It's not like that. Nmap has divided all the commands into section by section. For example, you can see from here, we are having target specification. Nmap as a tool, it need to know that how I should recognize a target. Nmap has an action called as host discovery. What should I do with the particular target? Scanning technique. What kind of technique I need to use to perform the scan? Who is thinking this? Nmap is actually thinking this. Then we are having port specification. You can scan a single port, a number of ports, for example, a 3 or 4 different ports you can scan, or you will be able to scan a range of ports. So we are doing port specification over here. It's a classification. Then again, we are having the major reason why we're using Nmap in cybersecurity is service and version detection. Understand what version of service is running and what service is running on that version. Okay. Then we are having script to scan. Since those tools are developed by penetration tester or so-called hackers, they have a smart idea where we will be able to automate several techniques in a specific way. So we are having script scan, nmap script scan. Those scripts are specifically built for example, like identifying firewalls, identifying a misconfiguration in FTP to understand which version of SSH you are running, like that. Okay, so I'll give a walkthrough on what is script scanning within a moment. Then we are having OS detection. For example, if you are having a domain like github.com, you'll be having a curiosity what kind of operating system they are using to host github.com. So what they can do, they will be able to use nmap as OS detection. So we'll be using what? OS detection. OS detection to identify, for example, a domain is running in a host. What is a host machine? So we can use what? OS detection. So once again, I will tell you that how I became into the screen, which is nothing but the command called as nmap. Okay, we can just type nmap. Okay, nmap and give an enter. Okay, before jumping into here, we were in this page where we have started the lab. Okay, once again, I'm saying we have started the lab. Once you started the lab, it will be inside a small box over here, okay, in iframe. So from the iframe, you can click on the third icon, okay, 1, 2, 3, the third icon. It will be redirecting to a new tab where you will be able to see the lab in a full screen manner. Okay, from here, what we have started, the nmap command. Okay, and okay, and the terminal that we launched is from the bottom part. Okay, the terminal that we launched from the bottom area, you can click here and you can launch the terminal. Fine. And as I mentioned before, if you are not shutdowning the Kali in a proper way, what will happen? I told you that the Kali will be getting corrupted. This is an example for that. So if anyone is facing this issue, how to resolve this? Very simple. You can shut down the Kali like in a normal way. What will happen? It will automatically get immediately shut down. Go back to the virtual box and you can see the settings icon over here. Just open the settings icon, the third one. Okay, inside the virtual box, we are having like current virtual machines available. From that, you have to select the third one, which is Kali Linux. Click on settings, the virtual box settings icon, and go to system and try to increase the RAM. Okay, try to increase the RAM up to 5 GB or 6 GB. Just go according to the available RAM that we're having is 16. Don't go near to this red marking over here, but you can go up to 16 6 GB RAM. Once you increase sufficient GB of RAM, just try to click on OK and try to restart. Why we are doing this means if a sudden shutdown happened to Kali, we will be able to put a backup on that. Why? Because we have made a new configuration to the system performance. So we will be able to quickly back up the Kali and it will be getting started once again. Okay, so the Kali will be starting in the side. Meanwhile, we can discuss back about the nmap command. Okay, so in terminal, just perform nmap command and enter. And we were discussing about OS detection, if I'm not wrong. So in OS detection, we'll be able to identify what? Operating system. And if you're coming down, you will be able to see something called as firewall and ID as aviation and spoofing. So what is this command or this area is mentioned for? This area is mentioned for identifying whether the asset or the target that we are trying to scan contains any firewall. If there is any firewall, what we'll do, we'll be able to bypass that. Why we're doing that? To test the capability of the firewall to identify a very common tool known as nmap. Whenever we are conducting a scan, there is a packets are getting generated, right? Packets are getting generated. Those packets has a common signature. So using those signature, the firewall should identify, okay, we are receiving a nmap scan. Okay, we are receiving an nmap scan. So that's the reason why nmap contains firewall and IDS based options. I mentioned about packet, right? So those packet can be analyzed through a software called as Wireshark. The software is already in the lab, the desktop itself. So you'll be able to open Wireshark with a double tap and you will be able to see the packet flood happening in the lab itself. By default, Wireshark is not configured to any single network adapter. From here, we have to select the network adapter and what we have to do, we have to analyze the packet capturing. That's a different topic, something like network forensic or we are conducting a SOC analyst. Okay, but I'm not doing over here. I'm just giving an overview. We are having Wireshark in the lab to conduct what? To conduct a packet analysis. Okay, so I'm just closing this and I'm moving back to our nmap. So I just mentioned at the beginning that nmap is nothing but what? A reporting tool. So nmap can generate reports in a different format. For example, like XML format, TXT format, HTML format, CSS format. We basically generate nmap report into a text format. Okay, text format. So we are having that classification. Then we are having the miscellaneous scans, some examples. So that's the reason why you're able to see so many nmap scan over here. Okay, so if I'm jumping back to our documentation part, the first window, you'll be able to see that we are conducting a port scan. So port scan is nothing but what? We're trying to scan a range of ports or we are trying to scan a single port. In this example, you can see from here, we are trying to scan a range of port and we are using a command which is nothing but -p. Okay, -p 1 2 the entire number of ports, which is nothing but 65,535 ports. So this is a common method a person would like to do what? Scan entire port number. Okay, but an experienced person in cybersecurity, he know that he can just perform the entire port scanning with -p hyphen. Okay, so you can perform -p hyphen to conduct what? A complete port scanning over from the port number 1 to all the way to 65,535 ports. So this is known as a port scanning. Even you can scan a single port, like we have to scan port number 22. We can scan port number 80. You can scan port number 443 and port 8080. So you're scanning a selective ports from here. And you can also observe that I have given that in an ascending order. You will not be able to give this in a randomized manner. Okay, you will not be able to give this in a randomized manner. Okay, so we'll be conducting our first nmap scan. So I'll be clearing my terminal and I'll be providing the command which is nmap space -p, and I'm going for port 80. I need to check that does the target or the particular asset contains port 80. Okay, so I'm going to the domain that we have just before we have launched, which is nothing but 0webappsecurity.com. Okay, so I'm selecting the domain, coming back to the lab. We can do a paste over here. Okay, we can paste inside the lab. Okay, so for my situation, copy paste is not working. So no issue. We always have a backup plan. Okay, so you can just reach out to the home directory. Okay, so in the desktop, we have an home directory. You can just double tap on the home directory and immediately you will be able to see a folder. Okay, you will be able to see a folder which is named as resource. Okay, we can directly open the resource folder. Inside resource folder, we are having sampled reports. Okay, so if you're moving into sampled reports, you can see workshop notes and commands. Just double tap on the HTML file. Once again, I'm saying you'll be able to move to the home directory. In the home directory, you'll be able to see resource directory. Just double tap on that and we will be able to see sampled report. Open sampled report and we can see workshop notes and commands from here. Okay, what's workshop notes and commands? So once you double tap and open this, you will be getting all the commands as well as the target domain from here. Okay, so in my situation, copy paste is not working due to I think from my laptop issue, something like that. So I'm just copying the domain. Okay, I'm just copying the domain, just copying the domain. Okay, just copying it and moving back to the terminal, paste it, and you can see from here I'm just copying the domain. Okay, or the subdomain plus the domain. I'm not copying the protocol which is HTTP or HTTPS and the forward slash at the end is not presented. Okay, please don't do that. You're only providing what? Only providing the domain which is required for scanning purpose. Okay, so I'm going to conduct a basic level of scan which I'm trying to check port 80 is open or not, and I'm able to know that port 80 is open. Fine, it's a very basic scan. Now I'll be just tell you that how we'll be able to save the report. We have a report over here. Okay, you can see from here nmap scan report. That's the actual line where the report is getting start. From here to here, the nmap report is starting. So how to save the report into txt file? We can take a look. I'm just moving directly in front of the domain, and what I'm doing, I'm injecting another command which is nothing but -o capital N. So -o capital N, which is used for saving the report. Okay, if you have any doubt, once again I'm saying, if you have any doubt or you need to know more about those commands, what you can do, you can open one more terminal in the host machine and you can perform the command which is nmap. Okay, you can increase the font and you will be able to see then output -o uppercase N or capital N, which is used for saving the output. Okay, for saving the output. So I'm using that and I'm going to mention a name here. So I'm going to say that as enum. Okay, I'm enumerating whether port 80 is available. So I'm going to say enum 80. Okay, 80.txt and enter. Okay, the scan has been completed. If I'm giving ls command, I will be able to see that enum 80.txt. That's the file name that I mentioned. So what I can do, I can say cat space enum -80.txt and enter. The report is over here. Okay, the report is over here. So this is the way that we used to save the report. Now I'm going one more step ahead. For example, we were trying to do port scan as well as saving the report. Let us do one thing. Let us try to understand what are the surveys running over there. Okay, we know port 80, but we are not specifically knowing that what version of port 80 is running. For example, are they running Apache or are they running an Nginx over here? So those data was not there. For example, you can see from here, we are not able to know which kind of service is running. It's just simply saying HTTP. HTTP is a service which is running over there. So we need to understand what version of service or what service they are running over here. So what we can use hyphen lowercase s capital V. Okay, capital V over there. So let me move back to my terminal and I'm going to perform the scan, the same scan, the previous scan, and in front of the hyphen on, the output command, I'm going to specify o, sorry, minus or hyphen sv. Okay, so there is a convention or there is a syntax for nmap. Basically, what we'll do means we'll say nmap, the port that we have to scan. Then, okay, if you identify that port, what the nmap need to do? Nmap need to identify the services. Okay, once you identify all those two different options, what next nmap need to do? Nmap need to save the report. Okay, okay, we will do the saving. Whom we are scanning? You're scanning the domain. Okay, so there is a syntax for here. So if I'm giving an enter, we'll be able to see the report will be getting generated to enum80.txt. Okay, it will be getting overwritten. Why? Because we didn't change the file name. If you need to change the file name, you can change that, no issue. Okay, so if I'm comparing the above report and the below one, for example, you can see this is a current report. Okay, this is a current report and this was a previous report. In the previous report, what was missing? The service was missing. But in the current report, what we are having, we know they are running Apache Tomcat. They are running Apache Tomcat. So we know that they are running Apache Tomcat. So what an advisor can do, he can take the data to an exploit DB and he will be able to enumerate the entire list of Apache Tomcat, and he can go through what he can automate the process, or he will be able to use a framework like meta exploit to conduct what understand which version of Apache is running over there. Okay, so this is just a simple example to do what? To do port scanning, identify the service, and save the report. Now I'm just going one more step ahead. Okay, I'm just going one more step ahead, and this time I would like to check, does port 80, okay, the port 80 which is having Apache Tomcat, contains any vulnerability? Okay, contains any vulnerability. When I was explaining the commands of nmap, I mentioned nmap contains something called like script scan. If I'm taking a look onto the help menu, okay, scroll all the way up, you will be able to see script scans. Inside the script scan, we are having hyphen hyphen script equals what? Something it is mentioned over here, which is nothing but a list of scripts. So what is a script? That's a question. So we can learn about the scripts. You have to open up a new terminal or existing terminal. You can make it clear, and just you have to go to the specific directory which I'm going right now. So you have to go to a directory which is cd space user share nmap. Okay, so that's a config directory of nmap. So if you're going to this directory and giving an ls, you will be able to see here it's available like scripts. So in nmap help menu, it is trying to refer, okay, it is trying to refer about what? The scripts inside scripts directory, which is inside user share nmap scripts. So let me go into scripts directory. Okay, I'm going to give an ls. I hope all the participants, okay, are going to observe the screen. If I'm giving an ls command, you will be able to see there are more than 100 scripts are available, which is specifically built for individual task. For example, you're trying to scan an FTP. Okay, if the penetration tester person or ethical hacker is trying to scan an FTP, it may take a lot more time to understand and go through individual steps by one tactics and all. It will take a long time, right? But we can conduct an FTP script scan, which is specifically built for understanding vulnerabilities. For example, misconfiguration like anonymous login, whether the FTP is brute forceable. We can check for a common vulnerability backdoor in two different versions. So we have built, or the attackers are built, or the advisory has been built, different types of what scripts. Even if you know the language like YAML language, what you'll do, you guys also will be able to create your own what script scans. Nowadays, God's grace, we are having GPT. You can generate your own word Nmap script scan depending upon the service that you're trying to approach. In our situation, we are looking into port 80, and port 80 has a service like HTTP. So I'm going to give an ls. It's not a normal ls. I'm going to pipe the output to grep parameter, and I'm going to say HTTP. Okay. So I'm going to say HTTP. So you can see all those listed script scans are related to what? HTTP protocols. If any of them are flagging and we are able to know, okay, this particular vulnerability, authentication level vulnerabilities are there, or we are able to know, okay, Apache service status, or you are able to know that, fine, it contains a git init command inside that, or we are able to collect the domain is part of a phishing campaign. You can identify from Google malware database. So we are having what? Several HTTP script scans. So I'm going to combine this with the previous command. So let me do one thing. I'll clear my screen, and from the present directory, I'm going to home directory. Okay, you can see from here, I'm in my home directory. So into my home directory, what I'll do, I'll take the previous command, which is nmap space hyphen p port 18. I need to get the service because we need to know what service they're running. Then I can mention hyphen hyphen script is equal to HTTP, right? I can mention HTTP over there, but here what we are going to do, we are trying to identify vulnerabilities. So what we can say VULN. So now we can ask me why VULN. So let me show you why VULN. I'll open a new terminal, and into this terminal, one second. In this terminal, I can say ls user share nmap scripts, and this time we are specifically looking for VULN, the short form for vulnerability. So you can see there are plenty of vulnerabilities are there. So all those names in between we are having VULN. So since it has in between VULN, we can provide a keyword which is VULN. We are conducting a vulnerability scan over here. And let me collect once again, let me collect the target domain. So I'm going to collect the target domain, and moving back to our terminal, paste the target, remove the forward slash at the end. Okay, you can see there is no any HTTP parameters before the domain. As I mentioned before, we need to save the report, right? We are doing a reporting tool, which is nmap. So hyphen o uppercase n. This time I'm going to call this as enum hyphen vuln dot txt. Okay, so naming conventions are very important when it comes to reporting, because we will be conducting multiple reports, and we'll be having multiple saving reports for nmap as well as for other tools. So anyway, I'm just going to say enum vulnerability.txt and the domain, and give an enter. Immediately what will happen, it will conduct a vulnerability scanning to the particular domain. But here is again a problem in the sense lack of patience, because we don't know whether we are having a lag or a network issue. What is the current progress? We're not having any feedback over here unless you're going to press the space bar in your keyboard or giving an enter. So right now we know 85% has been completed. Okay, let us do one thing. Let us again go one more step and try to include verbose. Okay, so I'm going to cancel this scan by giving Control Z. I'm making a clear screen for a better view, taking the previous command, and before the domain, okay, I'm going to mention hyphen VV. Okay, so totally when it comes to verbose, we are having like three levels. For example, hyphen we'll be getting a detailed real-time information, a log. When we are including hyphen VV, we'll be getting a much more detailed, okay, a highly detailed log in the terminal. And if you're including hyphen VVV, you're only having three V's, okay. So if you're providing this, you will be getting a highly complex footprinting enumeration report in your terminal. Okay. So from here, I'm only selecting the second one. Okay. So let me give hyphen VV and let me run the screen. Okay, so you can see that in the screen, we'll be able to know real time what Nmap currently doing. Okay, we'll be able to know that what Nmap currently doing from here. It is trying to do what? It is trying to scan port 80. Okay, it has identified the host. Two ports are open, but we are specifically looking into port 80. So it is going through all the scan. Right now it is initiating a scan. Okay, you can see from a lack of privilege, which means we are not running the Nmap scan with the help of sudo. So lack of privilege, we are not able to complete what? A firewall bypass command. So it is going through the Nmap script scanning right now. So while it go through, we can take a look into some sample report. Okay, we can take a look into the sample report available over here. So in sample report, you can see we are having a blue Nmap scan report over here. Okay, a Wi-Fi scan report for Nmap, as well as an Ubuntu lab scan report is available. If I'm trying to take the Wi-Fi scan report, okay, so you can see from here that I am in a current directory where we'll be able to see the a Wi-Fi report. Okay, a Wi-Fi report that has been taken with the help of Nmap. Okay, so we can't say that we have to in cybersecurity we have to mainly focus on web application, the service that we are providing, or we have some microservices, or we are trying to protect the Kubernetes clusters. No, if your organization or if any organization contains what access point, it also need to be secure. The reason behind that, this is a Wi-Fi report have been collected when I was conducting an Wi-Fi penetration testing. So I will just enlarge the Wi-Fi report from here. Just a second. Okay, so you can jump into preferences, and from here you will be able to um, change the font and color. But I'm going to change the font over here. So I'm going to change this to all the way to 18 and select. Okay, I hope this report has been readable to everyone. So you can see from here, I was trying to scan a Wi-Fi called as Nippon Wi-Fi. Okay, I was conducting a Wi-Fi penetration testing. So this was part of a Wi-Fi pen testing. But what I'm doing Nmap script scanning. Okay, I'm doing an Nmap script scanning for VULN for the complete IP range. Okay, so I managed to understand this is a BSS ID, and in one part I managed to crack the Wi-Fi password, and I'm in the network. Okay, I'm in the network. So you can see this is my Kali next over here. So in my Kali, I was able to identify one of the IP address belongs to the router, and the router may contains those port numbers. Okay, fine. That's not the deal that we are here. But if I'm scrolling all the way to down, okay, if I'm scrolling all the way to down, I'm able to find some exploits over here. So you can see from here, one of the device, okay, which is 192.168.1.2. Okay, it's something mentioned like Galaxy over here. It was a, I believe that is a, maybe that's a PC, something like that, maybe like a notebook. So you can see from that particular PC over here, okay, that's a particular PC where it contains a vulnerability where the we can conduct an exploit. Okay, we can conduct an exploitation level over here, and this exploit is publicly available. If I'm scrolling much more further down, you will be able to see the same report. Okay, the same report contains a vulnerability where I'm able to attack into their machine. So this sample report of what a Wi-Fi pen testing leads to a system hacking. So you guys are sharing your Wi-Fi password, maybe to unknown person. So what will happen? The person can conduct what if that's advisory, or the person who has then advisory mentality, what he can do? He can conduct Wi-Fi pen testing, or he can scan the Wi-Fi, and he will be able to understand the vulnerability in the network through what? Through Nmap. So the same tool that we used for web application scanning to understand the service and to identify the vulnerability can be used for understanding vulnerabilities and other systems in the network. So do anyone have any questions or any doubt regards with the scan that have been done over here or the sampled report that I've been showing here? Anyone? Or do anyone have any blockers while running the command, the nmap command?
Yeah, all participants, if you have any questions, we covered, Vaishnav covered a lot of ground in terms of how to use Nmap, and also did a live ethical hacking, I would say, of a site as well as on a Wi-Fi network. Any questions are there, please ask or put it in the chat. We would like to hear or get your feedback or questions. This is an
I have doubt.
interactive
Hi,
session.
Vaishnav.
Yeah, hi.
Hi. So, my question is that, so you have shown that in the script vulnerabilities, there are a lot of CVE details that were mentioned. Okay.
Hmm.
So, if we say that these CVEs are getting updated day by day, because the vulnerabilities can is being identified on a daily basis, and so if we check that how does it gets updated in the system? I mean, if we use Nmap for a recent CV, so should it get identified or not?
No, when it comes to hacking tools, they have a periodical update. For recent CV means, for example, yesterday night there was a CV for SolarWind, one of their application. So that will not be updated in Nmap. Okay, so Nmap team has a periodical update. So we have to wait for the update. They have to release what the vulnerability number as well as the exploit. Okay, it's not similar to Nmap. I'm talking about all other tools like Metaexploit. It's a heavy duty software which is used for penetration testing. The software is only releasing every 6 months update. So if you have an exploit or a CV released on January 1st, you have to wait for next 6 months to get that exploit and the scanning capability in meta exploit for the 6 months period. Okay. Otherwise, you have to find any public exploits and public scanning tools from GitHub accounts.
Okay.
Okay. So most of the CV is having POCs. You can use those POCs.
Okay.
I have one doubt.
Yeah.
So whenever we are connecting to any Wi-Fi, it will ask like, do you want this network to be discoverable or not? Like I said, it will ask like.
Yes.
So if I'm giving no option in that one, so will this Nmap can able to scan that connected device in this Wi-Fi?
No, Nmap will not be able to do that. We will be doing a different tool. In couple of minutes, we'll be jumping over there where we'll be able to discover even you enable that. Okay, even you enable that you're not able to disclose your MAC address or Wi-Fi or your IP address. We will be able to identify that. Okay, we have a hands-on over here. We'll be doing that within a couple of minutes. Okay.
Okay.
So the credential towards Kali is already given in the desktop itself. Okay. In the desktop of the host machine, you'll be able to find a README file. Okay. You'll be able to find a README file. Okay, just double tap and open that, and you'll be able to find all the virtual machines, username and password. In about the Kali Linux, it is Kali, Kali, same as the password also. Okay. The activity that I performed right now can be performed in host machine as well as in Kali. No any problem. Okay. So when it comes to Kali Linux, the resource file is available in the desktop, which is mentioned as SF resource. You can open that. Okay. Once you open it, you will be able to see XAML report. You can open XAML report and you can see the workshop command as well as the report that I mentioned over here, which is a Wi-Fi report over here. Anyone, any other questions? I hope all the members are on the same page. Okay. And the same location that I'm right now in the report. So I'll be jumping back to another report. I will be showing a sample over here where we can take a look into a very popular vulnerability. Okay, very popular vulnerability which is known as Ecterna Blue. Okay, and whoever jumping into cybersecurity, I can give you 100% assurance of that they will test this vulnerability. Okay, so you can see that I'm using Nmap over here. So I'm using sudo privilege because I would like to do an intent scan over here. That's the reason. So Nmap, we are doing in hyphen capital PN. I didn't manage to explain about this command. So this command is nothing but we are not interested to ping it. For example, I will show you an example. If I'm taking back to the Nmap help menu, you can see the Nmap help menu. If I'm taking back to the Nmap help menu, you can see the Nmap help menu. If I'm taking back to the Nmap help menu, you can see the Nmap help menu. If I'm taking back to the Nmap help menu, you can see the Nmap help menu. If I'm taking back to the Nmap help menu, you can see the Nmap help menu. If I'm taking back to the Nmap help menu, you can see the Nmap help menu. If I'm taking back to the Nmap help menu, you can see the Nmap help menu. If I'm taking back to the Nmap help menu, you can see the Nmap help menu. If I'm taking back to the Nmap help menu, you can see the Nmap help menu. If I'm taking back to the Nmap help menu, you can see the Nmap help menu. If I'm taking back to the Nmap help menu, you can see the Nmap help menu. If I'm taking back to the Nmap help menu, you can see the Nmap help m Under host discovery, okay, under host discovery, you will be able to see that we are only interested in what? We're only interested in port scanning. We are skipping the host discovery. So host discovery, we are identifying whether the host is up or down by conducting a ping scan. Okay, when an enterprise network is being created in the server, I believe most of the organization will configure a WAF. Okay, most of the organization will be configuring a WAF. Okay, so WAF is nothing but a web application firewall, or at least they will be providing what? A firewall which has an embed version of an AV. Okay, a firewall plus an AV will be there. So both will be having by default. Okay, next generation firewalls will be by default will have a particular rule called as block ping request. Okay, block ping request. So if a person to this server, he is sending a nmap command, which initially, okay, the very first property or very first checklist of the nmap is to test the host discovery. So what will nmap do? Nmap will be trying to send a ping command, and what the firewall or the WAF will do, they will try to block the connection. Okay, if it is an highly sophisticated database, or it is a collection of database centers, what they're doing is they will try to block the IP address. The advisory IP address will be blocked. So that's the reason nmap has a feature. Oh god, we are not going to do a ping scan. We're only interested to identify whether what port scan is there. Okay, we can also do the reverse process. We are only conducting what? Ping scan. So it is nothing but hyphen SN. Okay. Hyphen SN over here. Fine. Okay. So we are having what? A two different scan, which is able to do port scan as well as host discovery, depending on the target sensitivity. So let me come back to the report over here. So I'm conducting the scan to identify the vulnerability over here, and I'm just mentioning the IP address, and I'm saving the report. So in the report, you will be able to see the particular version of Windows. Okay, it is running a particular version of Windows. It contains a Zamba vulnerability, and the vulnerability as mentioned, it contains a remote code execution vulnerability in Microsoft SMB version 1. I know this is a very like an outdated vulnerability, or how to say very old vulnerability. Even though a person who is jumping into cybersecurity, he need to know that how to identify vulnerabilities in a beginner level to an advanced level. So talking about advanced level, I strongly believe that we have conducted and completed the nmap script scan. Okay, we have completed the nmap script scan. You can see nmap port 80. We are specifically looking into port 80. Okay, service enumeration, script scanning, identify the vulnerability, take the output into a text file, give me more output to the terminal, and this is the domain. A very simple one line command. Okay, scroll down, you will be able to see that port 80 is there. Fine. HTTP is a service. The reason why we understand it is Apache is it is a handshake called as synchronize and acknowledgement, SYN-ACK. And if I'm scrolling down, you will be able to see it is able to identify an admin directory. Okay, an admin directory. Is that a vulnerability? Yes, it is been classified as information disclosure. Okay, information disclosure. We are having admin index.html. So right now, I hope we are having an admin login page over there. We are having manager HTML uploads. Wonderful. We are having an uploads folder where we can conduct a web application testing in a category called as file upload vulnerability. We can try that. I'm not saying it is presented. I'm saying we can try it. Then we are having a readme.txt file. We can skip that. If I'm scrolling down again, we are having DDoS attack. So we're conducting an HTTP attack to check whether the target is vulnerable to DOS attack, and the report has been saved to a text file. I can give an ls command, and I can see enum for vulnerability.txt is available. So this is in a case of scanning for a single port. But scanning for a single port. So what I'll do means I will try to do the same scan for all the port numbers. How to do? Very simple. Instead of providing hyphen p port 80, hyphen p hyphen, you'll be trying to scan all the port numbers and try to give an enter. So right now, what it'll do, it will be trying to scan all the 65,535 ports. If any of the ports are open, we will be able to know it from here. But there is a problem. Why I'm saying again and again problems? So the problem is the time. The time it will take to run the scan. So in this situation, what we have to use? We have to use a next generation tool which will help us to conduct the scan. So right now I'm in Kali Linux virtual machine. I hope all the participant has login to Kali Linux. Okay. So I'm going to close the folder. Let me open the terminal in Kali. Okay. So opening terminal in Kali is very simple. You can right click and you can open a terminal here. You can do like that. Or in the top left corner, you can see a red dot available near to that Firefox icon. Akshay, you have raised your hand. You can ask the question in the chat or you can directly unmute yourself.
Yeah, can you just
Ah.
show how you open the Kali once more?
Yeah, I will do that. So it is a very simple process. You can find in the desktop, we are having virtual machine application. So you can check that in the desktop, we are having virtual machine application over here. You can just double tap on that. Immediately you will be getting the virtual box manager. Okay. You have to select the third virtual machine. Okay. The third virtual machine. Once you select that, you will be able to see a start icon over here. I have already started. That's the reason I'm getting show. But for you, if you didn't start it, it will be start icon. Once you start, you will be able to get a login page. After within a 1 minute, you will be getting a login page. And the credential that you have to provide is nothing but Kali as a username and Kali as a password. Okay, fine. Yeah. So right now I'm in here. I'm in my Kali Linux. So you can open the terminal from the top left corner, or you can right click, open a terminal from here, or you can go to Kali's help menu. Talking about Kali Linux, if you're asking to a person, for example, an experienced person like me, what you can do means you can ask, okay, brother, I'm just jumping into cybersecurity. I need to learn everything from scratch. Which operating system I should use? Is it Windows or Linux or Ubuntu? Yesterday, I was searching in Google and I noticed that there is a new operating system called as Kali Linux. What you will suggest? What I'll say means you can use Kali, but there is a problem. Talking about Kali means everything is pre-configured. Everything. Okay. Every tools and techniques are pre-configured. So you're not getting enough hands-on how those tools are configured. It's a question. Okay. I know that a certain organization, they are not interested or they are not willing to allow the employees to use Kali Linux. Okay. Because this operating system is contains what some policy violations are there. But since it's like a popular operating system which is used for penetration testing, everyone are using. Okay, so everything is pre-configured. Everything, all the commands, for example, information gathering tools, vulnerability analysis, web application analysis, or database assessment, password attack. Wonderfully, in password attack, they have two classification: online and offline classification. Then reverse engineering tool, exploitation tool, sniffing and spoofing, post exploitation. So this may be a new term for some of you people, post exploitation. So you may hear that we will be hacking a system. So from an attacker machine, we will hack into Windows 11 or a Mac machine. That's it. That's the objective. No. The reason why we hack the machine, maybe we are trying to access one data, we're trying to tamper the data, we're trying to delete a data, we're trying to plant a malware. So whatever after the hack is happening, that is known as post exploitation. So in day two, we are having an hands-on on post exploitation. Okay, so we'll be using some of the tools over here. Then again, forensic tool. How to select? They have done a very good job in Kali Next team, which is offensive security. They have packed a software called as Autopsy, which is used by investigation offices or authorities to conduct a digital forensic on a real world incident. So that's available over here. Then we are having reporting tools and social engineering tools. So it is well classified over here. Again, I'm coming back to the terminal part. You can go to usual application under systems. You will be able to find Terminator, terminal with root privilege, Q terminal, or Q terminal with down privilege. Okay, so you'll be able to find multiple terminals from here. But personally, I suggest Terminator. The reason behind that, it is nothing but it is highly customizable and you can take productivity to next level. That's the reason. Okay. Anyways, you can come back to the terminal. I'm just increasing the font size. and you can check the directory. I'm in the home directory. I can give an ls. We can see that we are having desktops available. I'm going into desktops directory, giving an ls, and we're having a new directory called as sf resource. So you have to go to the mounted drive, which is sf resource, and you can find we are having a couple of tools over here. Okay, the first tool I will be going through, which is nothing but rest scan. Okay, so rest scan is an advanced version of what? Nmap. Okay, this is an advanced version of Nmap. So I'll be using this tool right now. So I'm going to give a clear screen. Once again, I will show you the current path, which is nothing but home, Kali, desktop, SF resource. So in this directory, we are having rest scan. So how to run it means it's very simple. And by the way, it is written in Rust language. We can use dot forward slash forward to the file name, which is rest, and you can give hyphen hyphen help and enter. It will be listing all the options again. Bro, cybersecurity will not work for me. Why? Because you're seeing all those hyphens, right? It's very simple. If you are getting proper hands-on training, it's very simple to know. Okay, just connect the nodes. For example, the scan, it need to run, right? Why we are running? We're trying to understand whether the domain or an IP address contains a vulnerability, understanding the ports. So hyphen A is used for providing the address, the domain, the IP address, okay, or list of IP address. P for port enumeration. Hyphen R, range of ports. Hyphen N, we are not using any configuration file. Then if you're scrolling down, you will be able to see that it contains a way that we will be able to provide nmap command also. Okay, we'll be able to provide nmap command. So how to do that means I will tell you. Let me clear this, and I'll be once again running rescan. This time hyphen a. Okay, hyphen a. And let me go back, and I'm going to select the second domain, which is testphp.oneweb.com. Okay, so you can go with the first version or the second domain, no an issue. You will be getting the result as I'm getting right now. Okay, I'm moving back to Kali Linux, and I'm going to paste the domain, removing the forward slash and giving an enter. You can see how quickly it is enumerating the domain is having an IP address, the public IP address, along with the port 80. Okay, along with the port 80. And they have also mentioned that if you would like to improve the scan, okay, you can improve what? You can remove the unlimited version of the scanning time from here. You can use the Docker version of that the particular scan, and you can increase the timing of the scan. So right now it is rechecking all the ports and it will tell you how many ports are enabled over there. So I'm giving a control C over here. And along with this, if you have, or if you think that I need to perform nmap parallelly with rescan, you can do that by providing hyphen hyphen, okay, space. Okay, what you're doing is whatever ports that we are scanning on this result, we are passing that port to nmap report. Okay, so I'm going to mention that I need to do an service enumeration and enter. So rescan will complete port 80 scan and will be trying to do what? A version scan over here. Okay, the version scan over here. If anybody facing any problem while doing the scan, no any problem, you can do the same scan on the host machine terminal also. Okay, host machine terminal also you will be able to do the same property. You can see from here still the scan is going on. Okay, hyphen p hyphen for nmap, still the scanning is going on 99%. Okay, so do one thing, I'm going to copy the same scan. Okay, let me copy the same scan and move back to Kali. Okay, I'm moving back to Kali, opening opening a new terminal. Okay, I will minimize this terminal and let me take a new terminal. So in this terminal, let me go to the directory. So I'm going to say rescan. I'm going to paste the entire nmap command, but here I'm going to make some changes. For example, the changes is nothing but I'm going to provide the domain with hyphen a. After the domain, I'm going to conduct an nmap scan. So nmap scan I have been pasted. I'll be removing the domain. I can include the verbose, script scan I'm doing, version scan I'm doing, port scan. I would like to, REST scan will already scan the entire port number and I'm going to give an enter. So right now, it will make a very fast scan on the domain. It will able to list the entire report and conduct a script scan for VULN. Okay, so the scanning is going to happen. We can wait for a few seconds or few minutes. What will happen? We will get the report. So if we are coming back and just checking about the Nmap scan, the scan is still going on. Okay, 99.76%. Okay, let us wait. Let us wait for the report to get generated. So similar to REST scan and Nmap, we are having one more scan tool available, which is known as where it went Nabu. Okay, so we have a scan called as Nabu. This has been developed by Project Discovery and written in Go language. So using this tool, you will be able to scan and map in a how to like a much more faster way. Okay, the syntax is very simple. Okay, the syntax is very simple, where we'll be providing the host, I mean the target with hyphen host. If you have multiple ports, you can say hyphen P port 80 443 port 8080 separating with commas, or you can say you have to scan the entire port number. Okay, and one more thing is there. If you need to take output, what you have to do, you have to channel the output to nmap. Okay, to channel the output to nmap, so you will be doing what, a pipe command. You will be redirecting whatever the output from here directly to nmap. Okay, so this is the way that we'll be doing what we'll be doing at the three different generations of tool, which is used for enumerating port services and vulnerability scanning. Okay, so the knot is already available in the in the platform itself. Okay, you will be able to copy all the commands from here. Okay, and you can also copy paste from here to the local lab itself. If it is not possible, what you can do, you can go back to the machine and you will be able to select the HTML file from the resource directory sample folder. Okay, so do anyone have any questions, any queries on what I explained about the tools? Anyone? Anyone, any questions? Do anyone have any blockers, any doubt?
Yeah, I missed the starting point. Can you help us to open the virtual machines?
Yeah, definitely. So to open VirtualBox, you can go to your desktop. I hope you will be able to find the VirtualBox manager. Are you able to find the VirtualBox manager?
On desktop?
Yeah.
No, I log in into that URL only.
Okay, you're in this page.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So once you log in, you will be able to see the course, right? Offensive Security Bootcamp. Have to select that. Once you select, you will be able to scroll down and you can see there is a course available which is known as Reconnaissance and Footprinting. Once you select that, you'll be able to see some information that we discussed before. You can go through it. Okay. And you can see there is an option called as Start Project.
Okay.
Instead of it will be Start Guided Project. For me, Continue Project. Once you click on that, you'll be able to see a page like this. Okay, it will not be blank screen for you. You have to click on Start Lab. Is it visible? Start Lab.
I will check in a second.
Okay, so once you go through Start Lab, you'll be getting the lab. You can use the third icon. Okay, not the reload, the enlarge icon. You can see open in a new window. Okay, so you have to use the third icon. You'll be able to get that in over here. Okay, from here you can use VirtualBox Manager and start the third VM.
Give me a second. Here I am getting only information. Start start guided project I am getting in reconnaissance and fronting.
person you're trying to reach is not available at the tone. Hello, Vaishnav. Instead of you trying to address this, can we have a support person address this thing? Can move on.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
yeah. Sorry,
support,
sorry for
please
interrupt. Yeah,
resolve this
please.
issue. Okay. Okay. So I'll be just going through the report that has been generated right now.
Hello.
So you can see the report has been generated for the vulnerability. Yeah. Tell me your doubt.
When I gave this Rust scan that command, right? I am getting an error saying Rust scan command not found.
Can you just re-verify which the directory that you are right now? It should be
Uh,
inside the Kali VM in home, Kali desktop, SF resource.
Yes.
Okay, in this directory, you will be able to see Rascan.
Vaishnav, I have a small doubt. Previously, you had run some scripts, right? Nmap scripts.
Yes,
That is
yes.
built in every Nmap tool, or else you had a specifically pasted in that folder. You had just
No, it's by default Nmap is providing that. By default. Okay.
Where can I find that folder? Could you please guide us?
If you install that on Ubuntu, Kali, Linux, wherever,
Yeah.
okay, if it is a Unix based machine, you can go to CD. I hope you can see my screen, right? It's visible for you. So you can go to CD / to the user directory. Okay. So in user directory, you will be able to see share. Okay. So you can go to the share directory. There you will be able to find Nmap. So since this is in alphabetic order, I believe Nmap it will be somewhere else here. Okay. See, Nmap is over here. Fine.
Yeah.
So we have to go to Nmap directory. In Nmap directory, you have to go to scripts. So scripts. So in scripts, you will be able to see this. This will be by default available, but I have observed that so many penetration testers, IT professionals, they have created custom scripts. Okay, where we will be able to rapidly make a scan and fetch the information. Even if you have a webhook URL, that script will generate the webhook URL and it will be bringing it to your Teams, to your Sogo, different application that your company is following. It will make the report to that platform. So you can craft in any way. You can just use GPT and explore how you can craft that. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. So Nmap is completed scan since we started that earlier. So we done the scan for completing scan for what? For the entire port number -p hyphen. How many ports are there? Just sit down and identify the services, right? And do a script scanning, take the output, get me maximum report in the terminal, and this is a target domain. Okay. So in ongoing scan, you can see from here, they have identified port number 80. Okay. Port 80 is enabled. Port 443 is enabled. Do we have any other ports? Yeah. Port 8080 is there. That's it. 3 ports are enabled. Okay. 3 different ports are enabled. And okay, since this is a workshop, I will say gratefully we are having some examples. But if you're conducting this in an organization, this is not good. Why? Because in port 80 situation, we have already identified it is exposing some admin directories. But when it comes to 443, a secure channel which has an TSL or SSL to ensure the communication should be properly, but the same communication is having an DDoS attack over here. I know this is a very old vulnerability. There are multiple migrations available. The current version of the protocol does not have this vulnerability. But since we are learning here, we need to know all the ones and zeros. So we are having what? We are having the DDoS attack over here in 443 where SSL and HTTP is enabled. Okay, you can scroll down and you will be able to see again there is a vulnerability in the same HTTP yes protocol where we are having SSL and the protocol is TCP 443 port number. We can see and SSL based CSS injection is possible, which is known as man in middle attack, MITM attack. So if you are wondering what is man in middle attack, it's not an government agency. It is nothing but what? For example, you as a user trying to visit www anything, Facebook, Instagram, your company domain. It's a normal channel. But just consider that you are in a public domain, or sorry, you're in a public network, or your company has an imposer. What he can do? He can channel all the traffic through his system, through the domain. If any response is coming, because you made the request, right? If any response is coming, it will not go in this manner. It will be going through the attacker system and redirecting back to your machine. So you may say that I am visiting an HTTPS protocol. This S is being stripped down. SSL stripping will happen. Okay, SSL stripping will happen, and the communication which is coming from here, it is an HTTPS which is being provided by the attacker, and again it is going through HTTPS. In between, the person will able to view your username, password in plain text. He can fetch or harvest, or what we can say, exfiltrate some useful information, for example, like your SSH credential, SSH handshake, and what we can say, cookies. Okay, since if any of your organization is having an authentication page, you know the validity of your cookie, right? Just imagine it is getting to a wrong hand if the person is playing a man in middle attack. So this thing will happen not only on a physical network, it can be happen on an SSL certificate also. So that is what we have identified over here. POC for this is a little bit tricky and challenging to create, but anyway, Nmap has done a very good job to identify it contains what, a man in middle attack possibility over here. Again, coming back, the same SSL contains one more protocol issue. Okay, the ciphering, the way that the SSL is getting cryptographically encrypted is having a problem. It has been identified. That's the reason why almost all the domain has an SSL expiry date. Why? Because all the consumers, all the customers who has an SSL certificate, they have to follow the current trending version of what, or current suggested, or what we can say, the benchmark version of an SSL encryption. Okay, if I'm crawling down, you can again see that we are having a very popular vulnerability which leads so many domains into data leak. Okay, and SSL pulled information leakage vulnerability, and we have identified, not we, Nmap has identified that. Again, in port 8080, we are having, do we have a vulnerability? Yes, we have a vulnerability for CSRF vulnerability. Okay, it's a cross-site server forgery attack. So that attack is being enabled over here. Okay, so and they're also mentioning what is the ID and as well as the endpoint where the pen tester will be able to identify that. And when it comes to an HTTP enumeration, we have already done this. Same thing again happened with the port 8080 port. Admin directories or admin page has been exposed over here. Okay, in ongoing you will be able to find it is doing multiple testing, but we are getting error, not found, unable to move forward, like that. Okay, so Nmap script scan. Okay, where we'll be able to do what, identify vulnerability or a weak part or the misconfiguration to do what, to conduct the scannings. And if I'm clearing my screen and giving an NS, we are having the report over here, right? We have the report. So let me try to open the report in a text editor. So I'll be using file manager. I'll be moving to directory, and you can see we are having the report over here. So whenever you have a report, don't directly use it. Why? Because you can see from here, it contains useful information and some irrelevant information over here. So what we have to do, you have to filter or segregate useful information. Useful information, how to you have to do an proper segregation means we can remove unwanted lines from here, because the first line and couple of lines are talking when the scan is happened, who done the scan, what was the scan command. It's not required. When you're doing a POC, okay, a proof of concept, okay, fine, you can keep the first line. But if you're creating a vulnerability finding report, not a technical report, okay, what you can do, a non-technical report, you can keep this only up to where, from the port where you have identified the services. Okay, so I'm just randomly removing some lines which is not useful over here. Okay, so we have a vulnerability over here. So what I'll do, I'll be removing all the unwanted things and I will show you what's the real useful information. Okay, So I'm just removing all those things.
Is there is any way of finding the severity of these vulnerabilities by
Yes,
the Nmap tool?
um, not by Nmap tool. You have to use a custom templates. That's something what we're doing in VAPT and all. Okay. So if I'm introducing that over here, it will be making the session more complicated. That's the reason I'm not covering that area. And when you're doing VAPT, what we'll do means using Nmap, we are having an XML format, a template available. It's very popular. It's available in GitHub. You can make a Google search. You will be able to identify that. You can take the template. That template has a severity list based on the services, the CVEs, and it is parallelly equal to all the Nmap script scan. And it will help us to simply list down which vulnerability has a severity and uh, how we can mark it like that. Okay. And again,
It will judge it by CBSS code or something else.
CV code only. CV code only.
Okay.
Okay. And I try to like same as CVE plus the Nmap script also. See, in here for identifying the admin page, Nmap used HTTP enum. This is a script what Nmap used. Okay. For identifying CSRF vulnerability, it used HTTP CSRF. That's the script Nmap used. So this is a script name and what it identified and the a small amount of POC. Okay.
Yeah, understood.
Okay. So I'm just removing all the unwanted information from here.
Is there is a way to not to do it as you have shown you are doing it manually. So can we save the report in such a manner where we can say the only the true findings? I mean, we can't show the findings where it's saying that it's an error or can't move forward, something like that.
Yeah. So since you mentioned manually, I have to mention something from my end, which is known as automation, right? So in automation right now, you know that everywhere AI is taking place. In here also, if you have an AI capability, you will be able to summarize this report. Okay, that's a current automation that we are having over here. Otherwise, you have to go through manually only.
Okay.
Okay. So when I was doing my research, I identified there is a service called as Shell GPT. You can take the OpenAI or any other open AI API. You can pass it over here, and it will make the summarization. Okay.
Okay.
So what I'm doing here is nothing but to remove the reference part. So that's not really required over here because we are creating what we have identified, right? So I'm just removing the reference part. So you can see from here, from the lengthy report, we have been identified the useful information from here. So here, this again, this is also very lengthy, and you can also summarize this by removing some highly technical term into a single line explanation. You can do that. Okay, but due to time constraint, I'm keeping it like that. Okay, so from the scan that we conducted, this is a useful information. Okay, from here, when we are moving to next level like a POC, what we will be mainly focusing on, we will be focusing on the script scan because we have only done one time scan. Okay, in VAPT, when it comes to penetration testing or when it comes to an DevOps testing, we'll be conducting 3 levels of scan. First 2 time, it is used for understanding whether it is a false positives. Okay, from the false positive scan for the first and second, again the same vulnerabilities are still existing. We will conduct one more scan to ensure we are getting the same signature, the same report. Okay, so don't judge with one particular scan. At least you have to do a 3 scan. because nmap itself, okay, I remove the last line. I will show you that the last line, nmap itself saying that the report may contain some imperfections, some incorrect. If you feel, you will be able to submit that. So we have to do the false positive. Okay, so if you're conducting the false positive scan also, you will be getting in highly, what we can say, um a perfect report you will be able to generate from here. Okay, I hope no one has any question how I managed to filter out the useful information from here. Shall I move forward? Okay, I believe the silence is yes.
Yeah, go on.
Okay, so I'm moving into Kali right now. The reason why I'm moving into Kali, we have the REST scan available over here. Similarly, if I'm going into the desktop SF resource, you can see we have the Nabu over here. Okay, so again, this is written in Go language. You'll be able to simply run Nabu. Okay, and you can provide hyphen help to get the help menu. So this is a heavy duty software. It may take some time to load. So I'm not doing it from here. But what you can do means you can do that. You can simply just run the command. It'll work for you. Okay, this is a very dedicated command which is used for what a next generation nmap command. Okay, so let us move to our second lab. Okay, so before jumping into our second lab or the second hands-on, do anyone have any questions on the way that we managed to identify or we managed to do the scanning, enumeration, and vulnerability finding? Those things, the reconnaissance part. Do anyone have any questions, any queries, any doubt, or any blockers? Anyone?
Yeah. Hi,
Yeah.
Vaishnav. I have a doubt.
Yeah.
Can you use the report we generated to elaborate the difference between scanning and enumeration?
Okay. Wait a minute. So this report, if you're just considering this report, this is a scanning report. Okay, this is a proper scanning report because in enumeration we are trying to list out the ports that we have been identified. Okay, the ports that we have been identified is what is the enumeration part. Enumeration, the term itself refer to what listing, right? So we are trying to list out. But again, when you're coming to this report, is a proper reconnaissance plus an enumeration, and we can also see some scanning also available over here. So we are using we are using script scan over here. So this is scanning over here, but again we are listing the ports and we are doing scanning for service enumeration. So multiple activities are included over here.
Oh.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, we are I'll say once again, we are listing the ports and we are doing scanning to identify what is a service. And we are using script scan as an high level reconnaissance to identify whether this vulnerability is available or not. You can see this is not available, so we can remove it. But it has done the cross-site scripting scan to identify whether checking whether the application contains a cross-site scripting vulnerability. Anyone, any other questions?
Yeah, hello Vaishnav.
Yeah.
So can you show me the result of that rust scan command along with that nmap which we have combined?
First scan command once again.
Sorry, rust scan I'm telling.
Rust scan I didn't run that because it will take some time as similar to the nmap, but it will only take a half amount of scan. Okay, these tools are available in GitHub. You will be able to collect it from there. Just remember the name, which is rust scan and Nabu. Okay. It'll take a time because I need to jump into one more lab where we'll be using all the techniques to identify a vulnerability. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so since I believe all of you have conducted the scanning, which we have done, and enumeration plus reconnaissance, we can jump to our next lab where we'll be conducting a scenario-based approach. Whatever that we have learned right now, we can do in a scenario-based approach. And I will also share one more tool, which is specifically built for a service. Okay, a tool which is inside pre-loaded inside Kali Linux. We'll be using that to scan and identify the vulnerability and check that is there any way an advisory will be able to get access to that particular platform. Okay, so this is our first lab, which was reconnaissance and footprinting over here. So we can jump to the next lab. So I'm not mentioning anyone to stop the lab, since we are using the same lab itself for the next lab, which is the scanning and enumeration on a scenario based approach. So don't stop the lab. Once again, I'm saying don't stop the lab. What we can do, you can go to the cybersecurity workshop. Okay, you can click on the cybersecurity workshop, or you can just click on the backward icon and you will be coming to the course page. So in the course page, you can see there is a second a hands-on lab available, which is a scenario-based approach, which is scanning and enumeration. So you have to select the scanning and enumeration. Just select that, and here what we'll do means, as I received a question. If you're connecting to a network and you are not ready to reveal your IP address MAC ID and you are under anonymity, okay, a network-based anonymity, will a person able to identify your IP address and MAC ID? Yes, it is possible. It is possible through a scan called as ARP scan. Okay, so why ARP scan means, if you need to establish a communication with a network, I'm saying about a local network, definitely IP address will be assigned to you. A temporary MAC ID or a random MAC ID will be generated. That's enough to track down the system, scan the machine, and conduct what? Conduct a pen testing or a network testing on the identified devices. So you can use a scan called as ARP scan to identify the system IP address and MAC ID. If you have the MAC ID and the IP address, as I mentioned before, we can conduct the man in middle attack. The name itself gives the meaning. A person in between the actual network connecting path, listening all the communication. Okay, so this scan will be performing over here. We'll be conducting Nmap port scanning. Okay, Nmap port scanning. So we can consider like web application. So in web application, like 60 to 70% of the web application is run through WordPress. Okay, the backend engine or the framework will be WordPress. So WordPress as a special area when it comes to pen testing. So we have WordPress scanners to enumerate the WordPress installation configuration and the security side. Okay, and once you identify any vulnerability or any page which has an authentication, we can conduct a brute forcing on username and password. Okay, why we are doing this? We are doing this to understand whether it contains any a weak point or a misconfiguration where the attacker will be able to do it, right? But again, there is a problem. If you're building an application, a web application, in one point you will think that, okay, let us add one more feature. And at the end, you will know there is a plugin available. We have to install it. Okay, we can install that. So if you are using an outdated plugin, that is also vulnerable. So we'll be conducting 5 levels of scan to identify whether we are having what vulnerability in a network, plus through the network itself we will be able to move forward to a web application and identify about an outdated a plugin. Okay, so you can start from here. You can start the guided project. For me, it's continue the project because I have already started that. So I'm going to click on continue project on the top right corner over here. So I'm going to start that. Okay, so I'm going to start the lab. So this will not be taking too much time because it will be directly connecting to the same lab that we'll be using over here. That's the reason just before I told don't stop the lab. Okay, so let it able to connect to the same lab that we were using. Okay, so the lab has been started. I'm going to open that in the new window. Okay, I'm going to open that in the new window. So meanwhile, it is getting loaded. You can see that in the right hand side, we have given all the technical explanation and the command syntax that we'll be performing right now. So we'll be performing 4 tools over here, which is known as ARP scan, which is used for identifying active devices in a network. Okay, we'll be able to list down the IP address and their MAC. In some situation, we will be also able to get the MAC vendor information. Okay, then we'll be using the Nmap that we have performed just before to understand what are the services, do it contains any vulnerability, doing an proper scanning plus enumeration. So we'll be doing Nmap. Then GoBuster. So if you're observing the scan report that we received from an Nmap, we know that we are able to identify some directories. So the question is how Nmap is able to do this? Are we able to do this in a website where this HTTP enum is not possible? Okay, I'm not saying this is possible for all the web application. Why? Because every web application, I strongly believe they have a WAF, a web application firewall. If it is there, how we will be able to leverage the web application firewall and conduct an HTTP enum? So for conducting an HTTP enum, we have to use a tool called as GoBuster. So GoBuster is nothing but we are brute forcing the directory. For example, I have taken example of the second domain, right? The testphp.warnweb.com. This was one of our domain. In this domain, if I'm moving into artist, if you're observing the URL part, the link part, okay, I strongly recommend all the learners to observe this area. Okay, if you're observing, you can see I'm going to disclaimer. It is changing to disclaimer.php. If I'm going to cart, it is going to cart.php. So what is happening here? We are switching a directory is not happening, but all those files, all those pages, those index pages are getting from loaded from the root directory of the domain. So if I'm going to this website over here and randomly clicking one of their surveys, for example, like press room. Okay, if I'm going to press room, you can see I'm going into and index.jsp. Okay, index.jsp is there. Similarly, if I'm going into zero bank, if I'm going to more services, you can see I'm going into a new page called as online banking.html. So if I'm taking this URL, okay, if I'm taking this URL and let me paste it over here. For example, you can use this GoBuster to brute force multiple factors in this URL. For example, you may have a wide list. Do they have something like offline bank? You have to manually go and type that, right? But what we can do, we can do an automation process. If you have a word list with you, a word list is nothing but collection of parameters that can be applied in specific areas. We have word list for usernames, passwords, directories, files, extensions, even SQL query based word lists are available. Okay, so here in this situation, we can apply a word list to check that whether they are having any other names .html. So this is a directory enumeration, right? We can also take a look. For example, we know from this URL, 0 is a subdomain. You can do subdomain enumeration. How? We are trying to fuzz, we are trying to randomizely and we are checking do we are getting a status code of 200. So now I'm talking about HTTP status. Yes, the GoBuster, the tool is looking for the status code. If we are getting an HTTP 200 as a status code, which means that URL is accessible, that endpoint is available. So they have written in, I think in Python, I think in Python, they have written a wonderful tool where we'll be able to randomize this area and we can check for subdomains. If one of your organization contains different subdomains, it can be enumerated with the help of what? GoBusters. So if I'm going back over here, this is GoBuster directory enumeration. So we are only enumerating whether after the domain name, do we have any directory called as onlinebank.html, maybe like fd.html or goldloan.html. We have to check it, right? So we will be trying to brute force one by one from the word list. The tool automatically do what? Enter the value, check the status, return back to us. So we'll be using GoBuster. Then we have the WordPress scan, as I mentioned. It will be doing complete vulnerability scanning, enumeration, everything. Even you can see from here, we are using a flag called as enumerate flag. Okay, enumerate flag. It is trying to enumerate. So moving back to the lab, okay, let us minimize all the other things and we'll be trying to run the lab. So for running this lab, we required one more, okay, one more virtual machine. The machine is nothing but a machine called as Recon Lab. You can see from here, this is Recon Lab over here. You can start the lab, you can minimize the virtual box. So right now we are parallelly running, okay, or our platform has a capability to run multiple machines because we are using dedicated servers. So you can see from here that what we are having the Recon Lab parallelly running over here with Kali Linux. So we'll be using Kali Linux as an attacker machine and Recon Lab as our enterprise network, or we can consider the scenario according to we are planning. For example, in here, we can plan it as a enterprise network and Kali is part of the network. Why? Because both of the virtual machines are serving one single adapter. The training can be happen in multiple scenarios. We can assume that the learners like all the virtual machines are in a single network like a Wi-Fi, or they are in the same VLAN, or they're using a same open VPN to connect each other from a different two locations. Anything, okay? Any scenarios will work over here. So we are starting the Recon Lab. So let it start and we'll wait and we can take an exploration on the ARP scan. So you can conduct the scan by ARP hyphen scan and enter. Immediately it will tell you that you required what? The host to conduct the scan. Neither a list of hosts or local host network. So what I'll do means I will give an hyphen L over here, which is nothing but an again local scan, enter. It will tell you we are using the ETH0, one of the interface. So we required permission, nothing but lack of sudo. So I'm going to use sudo space arpscan hyphen L and enter. Immediately it is fetching what? The IP address, their MAC ID, and the vendors are not available. Okay, maybe it's nothing but a virtual machine MAC ID. That's the reason we are not able to get the vendor details. Okay, and they are using a vendor.txt over here. And if you're wondering from where they're receiving vendor.txt, we can randomly search in Google, for example, Mac list and enter. You'll be getting Mac list from here. Okay, so many websites are there. They are literally providing Mac details. Okay, you can do that, or you can simply search for Mac ID recon and you will be able to get multiple website where you will be able to take a MAC ID and you can enter over there. Okay, so let us come back to the system and we are waiting for the machine to load up. Once the machine loads, we can perform the same scan and we will get the IP address of this machine. But there is a problem. Among this report, we have 10.0.2.1, 2.2 and 2.3. Which IP belongs to the virtual machine that we are trying to boot right now? That's a question over here. Which machine's IP address is listed over here? So again, in this scenario, we have to rely on what? We have to rely on Nmap. Why? Because Nmap has a tool or a feature called as host detection, which is nothing but OS detection. Okay, OS detection. We'll be able to identify what is an operating system with hyphen capital O. So I'm moving back to Kali again. Okay, going back to Kali and I will perform the scan. Once again, I will perform the same scan and let me copy one particular IP address and a new terminal nmap space hyphen capital O space IP address and enter. We'll get an error. Why? Because we need privilege, sudo and enter to conduct an OS detection to that particular IP address and tell us what is a operating system. But here, due to so many fingerprint, we are not able to identify what is an operating system. But used with the MAC ID, okay, Nmap with the MAC ID, it is able to see it is nothing but what? A Oracle VirtualBox NIC. Okay, an Oracle VirtualBox NIC. So it contains what? Nmap contains the MAC ID list available. So using MAC ID list, it is able to identify the operating system. Okay, so let us do one thing. I'm just going to reboot the machine once again. Just a second. So the website that I managed to show before, it is nothing but mac.lc. Okay, you can go to this website, mac.lc. Just a second. Yeah. So this is a website which contains updated Mac details. Okay. So I'm not saying they are having your Mac ID, but every company has what? Filed a Mac ID unique code will be available. So you can enter the Mac ID over here and identify what is a vendor. From the same website, you will be able to download the Mac ID details also. Okay. So this is a very good website for we can say for pen testing, network testing, and hardware hacking. So let us focus here. Um, we are waiting for the machine to load.
So may I have a query? So why did we restart the Recon Lab once more?
Yeah, it's nothing but by default it was set to 1 core. I just managed to increase to 2 core. That's the reason.
Okay, okay.
Okay, fine. So you can also do that if it is not booting. What you can do means you can go back to the VirtualBox machine. I mean, VirtualBox manager. You can go to the settings. From there, you will be able to increase the core. Okay, fine. So we have the Recon Lab available over here. So we'll be using this Recon Lab to conduct our scanning. Okay, so far we are not aware what is the IP address of the machine. So we'll be conducting once again the ARP scan and we'll be performing the Nmap. Okay, so let me enlarge the Kali once again. Okay, so I got a network issue. So we have our Kali up running right now, and parallelly we are also running the recon lab. So what we'll do means we'll be parallelly conducting the Nmap scan as well as the recon also. So from the previous window, we have the recon scan over here, initiating the same command. So I'm just trying to rerun the same ARP command. And if you're closely observing right now, we have a new machine because before starting the recon lab, we have initiated scan. We know that um, 2.3, 2.1 and 2.2 and it was already there. But after starting the machine, we know 2.7 is there. But that's not the proper way to identify that we have a machine in the network. But what we can do, we can just conduct the same nmap command. So I'll be conducting sudo space nmap with hyphen capital O with an OS detection, which is capital O to the IP address. And immediately it will say that we are running in, the Recon Lab is running in Linux, okay? And it is having a generic purpose of the machine. And we are getting an not an accurate level, but it's saying like Linux uh, 4.15 or 5.8 over here. Okay. Anyway, we got that is a Linux machine over here. Since that is a Linux machine, we can conduct the scan accordingly because it was a if it was a Windows machine, you have to scan you have to move forward in a operating level only. But right now we have to do the scan in a Linux level. So we know that we are having a machine network. So we can conduct the next level of scan. But here I'm not going one by one scan. For example, like port scan, enumeration scan, vulnerability scanning, report writing. I'm not going one by one. What I'll do is I'll be directly writing a single line command, which is very much equal to one scenario. So scenario is nothing but that. Just imagine one of you guys are assigned to do a network pen testing, and you have also mentioned those tools are need to be included in the testing part. So one of the tool is nmap. So using nmap, you have to conduct what? A network scanning, network enumeration, and network reconnaissance. You can do that in a single scan. Okay. And by the way, here we are doing an active scan, not a passive scan. So I'll be performing by telling that do not ping the IP address. Okay. Because we don't want to do that. Don't ping the IP, which is hyphen capital PN. We need to get the port details, which is hyphen P. And instead of a normal hyphen P, we can go for hyphen capital F. So hyphen capital F is nothing but what? We are trying to scan default port numbers. Okay, we're trying to scan default port numbers, which is commonly used. Okay, you can see fast mode. In Nmap, it is known as fast mode. Okay, it will only scan few default port numbers. Okay, so let me come back to our Kali Linux and I'll mention hyphen F over there. Okay, then I'll be trying to take the hyphen SV command where we will be able to conduct the scan for service and enumeration scan. So let us conduct the service and enumeration. And here we can also do what? We can also conduct an output, which is a hyphen ON. We're trying to take the output. We can call this as network hyphen enum dot txt. If you require the output in a very detailed manner, you can go for hyphen VV format and enter. So by default, it managed to understand port number 22, port 80 is enabled. The report has been generated, and we can see from here it contains two different services. One is an port number 22, which is an open SSH, and we can also view the version from here. Then we are having port 80, which is having Apache HTTPD 2.4.1 over there. Okay, so among the two different services, what we can do, we can conduct a next level of scan. We will be only focusing on port number 22 and port 80. Okay, so let us modify the command. So I just made a small mistake on the syntax, but right now it is doing a dedicated scan for port 80 and port number 22. Okay, so we are getting the same command, but what we can do is we can conduct and one more vulnerability scanning, the same thread itself. Okay, so it's able to run the scan, and we are able to see port 22 and port 80 is still available. So it's not a false positive because we done 3 times scan. This time we are focusing on vulnerability testing also. So when you're seeing like port 80 is available, it's a clear indication that they are having a web page. So if you're having a web page, we can conduct a scan called as WPS scan. So to know whether there is, we can fetch the grab, I mean the banner with the help of curl command or with netcat. Okay, but here it's clearly indicated at the end of the script. We can see that we are having HTTP enum running in the nmap command, and WordPress is being identified, which means they have a WordPress website which is running inside the local machine that we started, which is nothing but the Recon Lab. Okay, and the same WordPress is also having a login page, which is wplogin.php. Okay, wplogin.php. So this has a login page over here. So if it contains a login page, definitely what we can do, we can run a gobuster. We can run a gobuster to understand like directories like uploads. If a file upload vulnerability is existing, what we can do, we can exploit the upload feature. For example, if an directory enumeration is leading to something like an server based approach, we can move into a sitemap, and we'll be getting a directory structure from there. So we can conduct a gobuster from here. So since I'm not blindly trusting nmap, I'm also doing what, a WordPress search. I'm doing a custom WordPress search to search that does it really contains an endpoint called as WordPress. For doing this action, I'll be taking one more terminal. Okay, so this terminal, what I'll do, I'll just try to give gobuster command. So the gobuster command is very simple. So you can go for go str and enter. So by default, gobuster is not installed.
I
But when
think
you're
it's
talking about the source list, where we are getting the update and the response, from there we will be able to download this. Okay, so we'll be able to download it. So I'm going to give a to install it and give an enter. So I'm having a network issue. Meanwhile, you can do the Q&A, which is happening in the chat box. So to install GoBuster, we can go through an update, a Kali update. So I'm performing the command which is sudo apt update. So let's wait for the update to happen. Okay, so the update has been happened. Let me go through the GoBuster installation one more time. You can simply type GoBuster and give an enter. You can agree with Y. Manually, you have to type that and enter to make the installation. Okay, so GoBuster has been installed. We can make a clear screen. And once again, if you are entering GoBuster and giving hyphen hyphen we will be able to see the help menu. So as I mentioned, the capability of GoBuster, it can be used for various purposes like directory enumeration, subdomain finding, fuzzing a parameter in a URL, identifying a Google cloud bucket, I mean GCP bucket or S3 bucket, which is from Amazon. So we'll be able to enumerate or we'll be able to identify those services with the help of what? With the help of GoBuster. Okay, so as I mentioned, if you have a URL like this, okay, if you need to just directly first one particular parameter, for example, like client, you will be able to do that with the help of directory busing. But if you're having a same URL where the URL may contain certain parameter, for example, like for example, if it is a PHP, what we can say, PHP question mark ID equals something a random value, what we'll do if you need to randomize this value, for example, or you need to randomize the id value, what we can do, you can go for first parameter. So we'll be replacing id with fu is a result. Okay, so GoBus will automatically identify, okay, I have to first this location. But again, there's a problem, like we required a word list. So for getting a word list, we need to move into our Kali Linux. Inside Kali, we are having a location where we are saving the word list. So let me open a new terminal and I will take you to the location which is under user share word list. So here you will be able to see multiple word list, but I know all of your eye will be striking to rocket.txt. It's not with the name, it's with the extension. Why? Because text with a gzip format. But if I'm taking a look onto the file size, let me take a look into the file size. It is an 51 MB, but we can unzip that. So for unzipping, I'm using sudo because the file owner as well as the group is root. I'm going to use sudo with it is gz, so it will be gunzip. That's a utility that we'll be using to unzip an archive, which is an extension of GZ, and we'll be unzipping rocky.txt. So rocky.txt is a collection of usernames and password. By default, any human can use for what? A credential entry. Okay, so now I have unzipped that. Again, if I'm going for ls space hyphen lh, the file is, we have to go for the rocky.txt. You can see the file size. So this simple word list contains more than 1.4 billion words are available. Okay, 1.4 million words are available. For example, I will try to cat that file. For example, I will try to cat the file. Okay, cat rocky.txt and enter. You can see all the default words, probable words, combination that can be used for username or password. I will show you something. For example, if I'm grabbing a value like my name, which is Vaishnav, it is presented. Okay, Vaishnavi. Okay, unfortunately, I'm Vaishnav. It is presented over here. See, even hi Vaishnav E is presented. 01 Vaishnavi is presented. So my name, which is an Indian name, which is available inside a word list, which is internationally used for penetration testing, is available. So 1.4 million passwords or usernames are available inside this word list. Similarly, in the same directory itself, we can see mass port scan word lists are available. Directory listing can be done. Directory brute forcing can be done. DNS mapping word lists are available. Then again, we are having multiple word lists for network based pen testing, exploitation based pen testing. Nmap lists are available. In our situation, we are like looking into directory busting. So we can say DAR, BUSTER, and enter, and ls. We can see from here, we are having here directory listing 2.3 medium. So you can ask me a question like, why from all those different five or seven different word list, why I'm pointing directory list 2.3 medium? Because it is more real world word list will be available, the words that can be used by any developers for a directory creation. Even we can take like, okay, let's developer take a reference. The words inside this directory should not be used for a directory creation in a web application or in a database. Unfortunately, there is no any checklist like that. If a checklist is available, then this word list is not useful over here. But anyway, this is a more realistic word list that we can rely on. So I'll be trying to showcase that word list. Okay, I'll be trying to showcase that word list very quickly. And let me open the word list. 1 second. 2.3 medium and enter. A quick control C. You can see those are the common words that can be used in servers and directories, as well as when we are creating an web application. So I'll be using this word list combined with GoBuster. So the command will be GoBuster. Okay, GoBuster DAR, which is directory enumeration with an hyphen U parameter. Okay, hyphen U parameter, and we have to mention what is the domain that we would like to scan over here. Here we are having a web application. So HTTP, the protocol, then the domain is nothing but an IP address over here. So it will be 10.0.2.7. That is what we used for the scanning purpose. Then we'll be trying to do it. We'll be trying to talk about the word list, which is hyphen W, which is inside user share word list directory busting directory 2.3 medium. Okay, and once you give an enter, you can see it is immediately identified it has a WordPress. If you are right click and open the URL, or you can give a control click on the URL, the particular link will be opened inside Mozilla by default, and you will be able to view the WordPress over there. Okay, so it's still going through the process, and initially itself we have identified the WordPress which is installed in the Recon Lab. Okay, we know the Recon Lab is over here.
Yeah, just one intervention. I know we've been here for a long time. Probably you should wrap it up quickly and
Okay.
also give opportunity for users to take up the assessment also. So yeah, probably next 5 minutes we could wrap it up, and then please be online, guys. We have some assessments to be given. If you can take up, that will be you'll be eligible for any kind of gifts and prizes.
Yeah, okay, Aaron. I will wrap it very soon. So you can see that the WordPress is available, and it's say like why it is so simple. It's just a demo WordPress which is running inside this Recon lab. So we have a WordPress over here. As I mentioned, we are having one more scan to left, which is nothing but WPS scan, WordPress scan. So using this WordPress scan, we can identify vulnerabilities. Okay, we can identify vulnerable plugins. So let me move back to the terminal. Okay, so I'll be using the same terminal, and I'll be conducting what? I'll be conducting the WPS scan. So scan will be initiated, okay? Initiated with WPS scan, okay? And you can go for the help menu. By the way, the help menu is very lengthy help menu. We have to go through multiple optional arguments are there, but here I'm only explaining how we can provide the target and a very simple help menu which will help us to enumerate vulnerable components inside the WordPress. Okay, you can see it's very sophisticated tool, but here only we are using hyphen e or hyphen enumerate, and under this we'll be using identifying any usernames. So if we have usernames, we'll be able to brute force it. That's the point. Okay, so we are approaching with a direct technique or a tactic which is nothing but username brute forcing. So for a username brute forcing, sorry, password brute forcing, we require a username. So we are identifying with the help of an enumeration scan, which is known as a flag called as u. Okay, so I'll make a clear, get back to WPS scan, which is hyphen e enumerate u for user ID enumerate, and what we can give a enter. Okay, I didn't mention the target. So for providing the target, we have to give hyphen URL. Inside double quotes, we have to mention the target URL. Here, this is the target URL. We'll copy this. We'll move back to the terminal, paste it, ensure that we are having WordPress. Otherwise, it will again take a time to identify the directory where the WordPress has been installed, and it's a waste of time. But here we can save the sign. Okay, so we provide the target URL along with hyphen e to enumerate user IDs and giving an enter. So within a couple of seconds, what will happen? It will update the database and scan has been aborted. The website has been. Okay, just 1 second. Okay, it's get me a boat. Let me check what is the problem. 1 second. Okay, it was a syntax error. So I made two different syntax. One, I was not able to remove the space and I was providing forward slash. Okay, so once I managed to remove it, it was running for me. And you can see from it is trying to identify the banner grabbing that it is running on Apache 2 as a back engine. Then it is also able to identify that an XML RPC is available. So if any of the WordPress service contains an XML RPC and enabled, and XML RPC contains something like a backping protocol is enabled, means we can simply exploit the machine, gain access over the network, we can do man in middle attack. So many things can happen if XML RPC enabled. This is actually an internal API call that we can establish with the WordPress. Then again, when it comes to WordPress founding, we understand it contains a README file. From there, we can identify which version of the actual version of WordPress is running, and we can identify from the exploit database, does it contains any public exploits or what we can say, um, a PUC available where we'll be able to exploit or do any unauthorized access. And but here we are not able to do that. We are only able to do here to identify user IDs. So there is a user ID called as admin. We have something like max available. And if you're moving down, we have a user called as max. So using this user ID max, what we can do? We can conduct a brute forcing. Okay, we can conduct a brute forcing, and the brute forcing is also very simple to do. We can do with the same WordPress scan. Okay, so we can do with the same WordPress scan. Instead of the enumeration part, we can provide hyphen capital U. Okay, hyphen capital U, where we'll be mentioning the username as max, and we can go for hyphen capital P for the username. So I'll be going for user, it's inside the share directory, word list, and the word list that I mentioned 1.4 million password, which is rocket.txt, and an enter. I hope we'll be receiving the password of max from here. Okay, so within a time period, we'll be trying to brute force the password, and it will reveal what is the max password. You can see the brute forcing is happening. So anyone, any questions on what we have done here up to the enumeration part? Because this enumeration, I mean, the brute forcing will take some time. Do anyone?
What if any password attempt blocking is there? 3 times
Yeah,
password lock.
we have those kinds of plugins available in WordPress by default, or you can purchase also. So under that situation, what we can do means we can do a brute force based using buffsuit application. Okay, so you can use collaborator to understand. So again, again a next level web application testing. You can use a collaborator to understand how a user input is being understand and analyzed by the web application. Okay, so from the middleware itself we will be able to do it. So right now we are doing an automation process where we are manually entering. Okay, but using a middleware, what we can do, we can capture the request and the response, we can analyze that, we can study it, then we can make a brute force using buffsuit application. So it is more effective. And when it comes to an adversarial level attack, I mean an attacker level attack, they use proxies. Okay, for example, 10 passwords from one proxy. After that, they will switch it. So there will not be any kind of a number of attempts will be flagged in the backend because those are coming from multiple IP address. Anyone, any questions?
Yeah, I think we should wrap this up, Vishnu. This was a
Okay.
very good session, but I know once we start working on them, very interesting session. Everybody are plugged in so far. I should also appreciate the patience level of all the learners over here. We could go to the next steps.
Okay, so we can do this. The lab will be available all the way up to 8:30. So on that period, you can follow the commands, you can do the actions. Okay, the support is also available if you have any troubleshootings. Meanwhile, we have planned an assessment. You can take the assessment, and based on that, as Priya mentioned, there will be a gift. 3 days, 3 assessment will happen. Okay, while I am talking, the password has been identified. You can see from here the username is Max and password is mentioned over here. So using this password and username, what we can do? We can make a WordPress login. From there, you can do a file upload vulnerability and establish a shell also. Okay. So
let's
the
quickly talk about
yes, the assessment. So there is a quick update. There's nothing but the assessment will be ending on 9:30. So now if you're reloading your page and going back to the dashboard, okay, just go back to the dashboard of the course and you can see the offensive security bootcamp. Just select that. Scroll down. You can see there is one assessment visible right now. We have opened one assessment, which is day one assessment vulnerability finding. Okay, you can select the assessment and the same process. Okay, same process will be available over here. So as an assessment details we included, like it is nothing but a script scanning and map script scanning. So using nmap script scanning, you have to identify what a vulnerability. So everything will be detail available inside the take assessment part. So this will be available all the way to 9:30 or 9 p.m. Okay, so you have enough time to finish this. So
in the interest of time, we will be making sure that the people can take break and once again revisit this.
Yes.
So we will extend it till 9:30.
Okay, so I hope everyone have got some hands-on on how to do enumeration, scanning, as well as recon and identifying vulnerability. So lack of time, we have planned one more utility and I'm just showcasing, I'm not further diving into it. Just I will show that and I will quickly wind up my part. So it is nothing but a utility that we have planned to conduct on Nessus Pro. So Nessus Pro is already running in the system. You can just visit cybsec dot colon 8834. You can visit this URL. This is already available in the README file. You can find this in the desktop. Okay, everybody, you can find this in the desktop itself. There is a file called as Nessus. So you can open this. The credentials are available by default, and this is a URL. So you can go there and you can sign in. This is also a very industrial, enterprise level scanning tool for vulnerability, finding, enumeration, recon, everything. Okay, all in one tool which is having automation. As someone just mentioned, is there a method there where we will be able to automate the result process, the segregation process, or collecting the useful information? Automation is not there. We have an automated tool itself. We have an automated framework. So we have done multiple scan reports over here. I'm just selecting random one. You can see the vulnerability, it has been identified. Okay, SQL injection. For example, if there is a weak endpoint where we can conduct a brute forcing, everything. Okay, everything can be find automatically. If you have time, just go through it. For me, I have time constraint, so I'm not going through all of this. So hope the session was interesting and I made some changes in how to get an hands-on in how to like information gathering and reconnaissance. So thank you everyone for the patience. I'm handing over back to Arun. Arun, you can take it from here.
Thanks, Vaishnav. Thanks for the wonderful session. And we constantly saw that more than 180 people have been there on this session till the last moment. As Vaishnav suggested, you are open to take up the assessment. The assessment will have a problem statement along with the objectives which they have to meet. I think support team will also provide you with the a guide, step-by-step instruction how to take up this assessment so that you don't have to wonder how to take this assessment. And you can successfully submit that assessment even if the assessment is in between. At 9:30, it will go to automated submission, and we will get the automated results also. So with this, thanks everybody for joining. It was a great session, and please feel free to drop a note if at all you have any queries or concerns. There'll be a feedback form which will be sent. Please provide your feedback because we have 2 more sessions to conduct, and we'll make sure that we will get better if at all there was some anything lacking. Meanwhile, I'll just give 5 seconds to see if at all anybody has any question.
Yes, just one thing, Arun. For all the joiners over here, you need not register again for the second workshop. You will automatically receive the invite for the second and the third one itself. If you also want to pass down the link and the registration, it will be open on from Monday onwards on nuvepro.com, and you can share it with your team members as well.
Yeah, your team members are quite welcome. It's not that they have to have a continuity on day one. Day two workshops are also independent of this, so they can come and get hands-on experience. And please pass on a word to your leaders how well the sessions were conducted and how well the hands-on labs and scenario-based learnings were done, so that we could also explore more opportunities to come and provide it to your organizations. And yeah, thanks everyone. Thank you very much for your time, and we'll see you soon next week on the second day of the workshop.
Yes, thank you. And if you're looking for a personalized demo like this and want to understand more deeper,
Yeah, obviously they could
conduct the same.
Also, will there be any recording available for the session?
Yes, the recording will be available.
Yes, we shall share it on YouTube very soon.
Okay, thank you so much. If you can just put in or send the link to the recording or email or
Yeah. Kirti, you had asked for to extend it till 10 p.m. or 11 p.m. No, we are taking it as 9:30. The reason is there are a lot of cloud resources which are running. Obviously, it is an expense. We wanted to make sure that we give you a good experience at the same time, time limited. So 9:30 is the time, folks.
What is the YouTube channel name?
It's under Nuvepro Technologies.
Can you ping it here?
Yeah, we'll be sharing it with you. All the attendees will get the mail also.
Okay.
All right, guys. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time, and we'll see you next week.